All right. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We can do better. A good morning to all of us. Much better. Congratulations upon beating today's jam. Everyone has been complaining about the jam and asking how we got here, but we're glad that you're here. So you're most welcome to the first BDO Libra Symposium. And so today we'll be discussing the changing frameworks around accounting and legal aspects, right? But before that, please, let's give a round of applause to the team from Libra. And another round of applause to the team from BDO. It's not every day that you get an auditor, an accountant, and a lawyer in the same room to speak to you for free, right? It usually comes with an invoice. I hope no one got to pay. Did anyone pay? If anyone did, we can work out a plan to refund, especially now that Valentine is coming. It's important that no one suffers that financial loss. But we also want to thank you for coming. Let's clap for ourselves as well. It's also not every day that you have players in the NGO sector coming on a Friday morning to come and listen to us, yeah? Especially on a Friday like this when we are still recovering from the school fees beating, and then we have Valentine in the mix. So again, it's not every day. So we thank you for coming as well. Now, we have had a couple of people approaching us and asking to join virtually. So we have shared a link. Share it with as many people as you can. Your teams that are still in office, you can share it with them so that they log in as well. Yeah. Mariam is going to be moving around. Mariam, anyone that would like the link and they don't have it as yet, you can get their number, share it, or their email and share it with them. All right. So from where I come from, you are not really welcome until the head of the house welcomes you officially. So on behalf of the managing partner of BDO, allow me invite Moses Tibamwenda to give us a few remarks as a way of welcoming us and tell us why we are here and why it's important for us to have the conversations we will have today. A round of applause for Moses as he comes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, like Cameron said, you can do better. There should be some energy going into the weekend. Are we all happy we are close to the weekend? And thank you for making a pit stop, or one of the pit stops towards the weekend. And on behalf of the managing partner, I'm just here, my duty is simple, to give opening remarks, welcome you to this first of a kind, the BDO Libra Symposium, where we are expecting to explore some of the accounting and regulatory changes and what we should be thinking about with respect to the changes that are in the horizon. Many a times, there's been a conversation around the fact that there's tons of guidance for financial reporting purposes and otherwise when it comes to profit entities, players in the public sector space, government entities, and you would have heard of things like the International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS for SMEs, and recently we have the IPSAS, International Public Sector Accounting Standards, that is meant to streamline reporting across government entities, government bodies, bodies with public accountability, responsibilities, people who in the public domain are accountable for taxpayers' money. But then one of the segments that has been orphaned, for lack of a better word, is players in the NGO, non-government organization space. And I'll be particular or use the term NPO, referring to non-profit organizations. And that's just something closely aligned with what some of the regulatory and accounting lingo use in some of the proposals and developments that are going to be discussed and shared with you later on this morning. So to address this project or to address this problem, there's been a project in the pipeline, Humentum and CIPFA, that's the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy. That's a UK body that regulates players in that space. They've come up with a 5-year project, and this 5-year project is intended at coming up with some regulatory guidance when it comes to accounting and reporting matters, streamlining reporting, comparability of some of the outputs, the financial reports. It will include concepts like narrative reports, and it's meant to be a participatory consultative process, and that's why it's a 5-year period. Without further ado, allow me to invite keynote speaker. You would have gotten the program for the day, and the way it's intended to run is that we'll first tackle the accounting matters, and that will be spearheaded by the BDO team. My colleague did introduce and welcome the BDO team. Round of applause for them again. But by a show of hands, can we just see who the BDO team is? Some of the faces here may not. And then the mid-morning session will be spearheaded by the team from Libra. A round of applause to them again as they show their faces by way of raising hands. It's an army of one. But is well represented, I trust. So we hope that at the end of this session, we will steer our thoughts towards the upcoming projects. And at the end of the session, we'll show you how you can participate in forming some of this regulatory and accounting guidance that will apply to NGOs in this space. So without further ado, and in the interest of time, allow me welcome the managing partner, BDO, Kenneth Makanga, to take us through the very first aspects of the presentation on the accounting landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. At some point, you were about to call me a keynote speaker, and I was worried because that title is usually reserved for politicians. Good morning, everyone. But I think before we start writing with the slides, it would be nice to flash the program. I know my people in this sector by lunchtime, usually Fridays. So we need to show them that we shall also finish by lunchtime. So my team, let's run the program before we start. Otherwise, we might lose them. Okay. So Kenneth Makanga is my name, and I am a partner and the managing partner at BDO. So probably to give a bit of context, somebody was actually asking me, what does BDO mean? And I think let me first answer that so that I don't get that in the Q&A. BDO is a professional services firm that has been around for 60 years. I think it is older than many of us, all of us in this room. So it shows you that as a professional services firm, we are very close to accountancy subject, because the service proposition that we do globally is in the area of assurance, which is auditing. We are big on accounting. We call it business service outsourcing. If you want to focus on your primary activities and you don't want these admin activities, accountancy, you can outsource to us. We do that, and that's very unique to probably us as an international firm. Then we also very good in taxation. We have a tax team. You know very well that tax is a matter that is as old as Jesus. It has been around. So, and you need accountants to navigate that, and then advisory as well. Okay. Now, when you look at when you bring it closer to Uganda, we have a very humble office, but we work with very nice and young guys. You see these guys? These are the guys that make sure that I maintain the youthful looks, but I've been in this space for over 16 years. But when I hang around these young people, very few people can tell that I've practiced this thing for over 16 years. They keep me young. We have about 80 people. in office, and we do all the things that I've mentioned. Uniquely to us as well, we are big in collaboration. So when we approached our colleagues in Libra, because this is a space that is also close to their heart, and said, let's talk to our people and share about accounting matters. And we believe we also talk about the legal matters, we will add value. And we are happy that they are accepted to collaborate with us. So, all right. So I think I'll dive, as you can see, I have just a few minutes, up to 10, to share with you the financial reporting landscape for not-for-profit, and I will do that together with Moses. So I'll run through the first slides. So if you don't mind, you can put the slides back now that people know that we have lunch by 12. Yeah. Okay. So as they're putting the slides on, one element I need to share with you, that the slides I'm going to share with you, a product of one of activities that I'm part of, and I'll probably explain why. And you see that they are not going to be branded video because they have been developed by the people in charge of this project. But the people in charge of this project have brought on board many stakeholders, including us as professional service providers. And I actively participate in that. So we've agreed to use the materials. So I don't want to be sharing these materials and you start saying video is plagiarizing these things. It is important we highlight that. So the changing financial reporting landscape for not-for-profit entities is what we are going to talk about. And the presentation, as I've said, the guys, these two guys, Humentum and SIPFA, I think Moses alluded to them, are key and parcel of the project. And I'm going to share with you some introduction about the project, and then talk about the IFR for not-for-profit, which is International Financial Reporting for Not-for-Profit Organizations. I think that is a term, if we talk about not-for-profit organizations, in Uganda, we refer to them as what? NGOs is the term that we are familiar with, but it means the same. Actually, there's a time I was talking to the commissioner for URA, and we are trying to support one of the players in your space to get an income tax exemption. And went with the financial director and he said, you know, for us, we are an NGO, we don't, he said, I don't want to hear that word NGO. The taxman, for him, when it comes to not-for-profit, he uses a different term. He says, for us, the income tax says charitable activities. This NGO has people who are making money and they are just saying NGO. Okay, but not-for-profit means not for, I think, because there are some NGOs that are for what? So how can we participate in this project is the element that you will see we'll close with. Okay, so all of us in this sector have interacted with financial reporting because you have to report the results of what you do, isn't it? So I want probably just to ask, do you guys from the sector you're operating, do we have a uniform financial reporting framework that we follow? In your organization, which reporting framework do you follow? By show of hands, how many of you report using International Financial Reporting Standard, IFRS? Only 2, 3, 4. Those who use IFRS for SME? Okay, they will not even, you don't want to be called SMEs. That is understandable. Anybody using EPSAS? So what do the rest guys do you use? What do you use? Your reporting guidelines, your own policies, isn't it? So it shows you that in this space, all of us are using our own thing. Even some of those who are using IFRS, I can assure you when I scrutinize, there are some gaps that you say, this thing right for overuse asset to put it on our balance sheet, it's just going to confuse everybody. Okay? Because it's not making sense too. Okay? So, and this is what the thought is posing. Imagine a world where all of us are using a uniform reporting framework. That has been a pain for many players. When I started auditing this space, for me, it has been a pain. As the auditor, you go to one organization, they are capitalizing assets, others are expensing, others have capital fund. It's just so a pain. So for those who are concerned about this sector, they said, why don't we come up with a standard? This is the effort I want to share with you, that there is an active effort to prepare a standard meant for this sector. Okay? And we know in the sector, I've already mentioned this, in Uganda, the term we use more for this sector is NGO. We also know that we have an act that governs this sector. The regulator is a big player in this sector. And I'm sure you will hear from the lawyers here, our colleagues from Libra, what are those things? But at least I know one of the requirements in their regulations is that you're supposed to share financial statements. I don't know whether they ever look at them. I don't know whether they ever look at them, but I'm sure if they are to dive into the detail, they will be as confused as all of us because everybody is preparing according to the different framework. So I'm sure by having a forum, this effort will help the regulator as well to make sure that if they get a report of players in this sector, there will be some element of uniformity. Because if all of us were using the same standard, there will be an element of what? Of uniformity. So in the effort that I'm going to share with you is an effort that I'm sure applies to all of us. So what is that animal called International Financial Reporting Not-for-Profit Organizations Project? By show of hands, how many have heard about this project? Okay. So I'm going to be like the Baptist. For the rest who have, you're just hearing this from me. And I'm going to take credit for spreading the gospel. Okay? And I knew that it was important to talk about this subject because having been involved in it, I have not seen the kind of excitement it should generate in Uganda. Because this sector is a very vibrant sector in Uganda. In some jurisdictions, they don't have not-for-profit. The sector is just so small. But in Uganda, this sector really employs people's livelihoods are in this sector. You take out this sector, unemployment shoots by how much? It's a very big sector, okay? And changes people's lives because the activities that you engage in usually is a space where government has probably not done their part. Hopefully nobody is quoting me from government, but the truth is, as a taxpayer, I feel we can do more. And the space that you guys cover impact many Ugandans. So that's why this project, I think, in our assessment as video, we thought we'll share with you what's this project about. So I wish this camera can get, okay, fine, that's better. It started with this problem that I've shared, okay? It says, just imagine NPOs are to adopt a uniform standard. What will be the benefits? Okay? In terms of when you're dealing with prospective funders in your space, I'm sure they ask for financial reports, isn't it? If the report doesn't speak to what they want to see, they will ask a lot of irritating questions. Give me this, give me this. But if we have a uniform reporting standard, we believe even the funders, in terms of doing due diligence on who to deal with, it will be an easy exercise. It will be consistent in terms of the reports you give to the funders. And then the burden of reporting formats. I will show you some of the things that the project is suggesting. And indeed, if we have stakeholder involvement and it gets adopted, it will reduce the reporting burden for all of us. Because you deal with one donor, he says, I want this format. Another donor, this format. I have seen finance managers in not-for-profit that deal with auditors from January to December. Donor one comes, donor two, different sets explaining different things. Say, oh, why don't you have a specific bank account? I explained to your colleague the other day. It is just so painful. Okay. So this is what is the burden of multiple reporting. Inconsistent in application, and this is where I come in for me. As auditors, we also suffer. And if you're a younger auditor, you suffer more. there is a time I did an audit and I thought by then I was an expert in this space. It was my first time to do a USAID audit. Oh, when we sent the report, the reviews that came back, it's like I had not done the audit. I went back to the field. Question the cost. Give us a summary of USAID here. Is this significant? As in, that's when I came to realize that each donor is very unique. And the Americans take it a notch higher. Exchange differences, there shouldn't be any. You have to monitor the rate when it was received. My God. As auditors, now because we deal with these vulnerable players, you need to know the CIDA rules for reporting. You need to know the ones for you. There just is so much. And before you know it, for us, we auditors, sometimes in Uganda, we still have lugezigezi. You start telling the other guys that best practice says we should have, but what you're saying is what CIDA told you to do. Why you bring it here when it doesn't apply? Because now for you think it is what? Best practice. I keep telling my young people that I don't want you to engage clients and start saying best practice. What is the best practice? Best practice according to you. But because you saw it in another donor's place, now you're calling it best practice. I'm giving you tips on how to punch back against auditors. Okay? The lot trust we have, the regulatory, like I've already mentioned, the NGO Bureau, I don't think they have really to scrutinize these reports and get the consistency. So if you have, it's just because there's no international accounting standard for NPOs. That's why all these burdens are in this sector. This is where the NPO project comes in, okay? If we have an NPO project, it's the focus is going to engage as many decision makers in the country. I will show you that this project is already incorporating in the input from the Institute of Public Accountants. The regulator is being engaged. The funders are also being engaged with a view that you will have useful and transparent reports. NPOs will be able to really attract the funding because you have uniform reports. The funders will be able to assess the liability of the reports that you give without asking. The key is to simplify, and then many stakeholders are being engaged. So the outcome would be those three. So what about, I know you guys do with so many financial reports. So what is the intention of this project? This project is intended to talk about general purpose financial. We know what we mean by general purpose financial statements. What are general purpose financial statements? I'm talking to experts, guys, here. I know even if you're a country director, some of these things you're signing, don't start saying this. These things are for finance. General purpose finance, or for you, you just say, where do I sign? A general purpose financial statement is really, these are financial statements that capture the entity-wide activities of the organization. And this is the kind of statement that the regulator, the NGO Bureau, will be interested in. Basically, financials that capture all your activities. So that means if you're supporting projects and funders, you have captured all the information in that financial. It's general purpose. It captures all your activities as an organization, okay? So this project is intended towards that. Of course, as you will see, there are some elements that are trying to incorporate in donor expectations, but it will not be a cure to your donor reporting. And the key elements that you see that this project will probably focus on is the income and expenditure statement, balance sheet, which sometimes we call statement of financial position, and the cash flow. Because this is information that is relevant. All these elements are usually relevant. If you compare these elements to the framework that we know very well, IFRS, you see the IFRS has a fourth one that we are not even focusing on. Which one is that? Changes in equity, because equity is not an issue for us. It is the reserves. So, all these elements, we'll see how. Okay? So there will be, this project will capture for supplementary donor and project reporting. There is also an effort to make sure that within the project, they will put an element of donor supplementary reporting with a view. And as you will see the stakeholders that are being engaged, that format, the donors will accept to be a uniform format for reporting to all donors. So there's some supplementary information as well, okay? So the hopes will be that the donors can choose to rely on the general purpose financial statement, or they will require separate audits, but the format that will be the outcome of this project will be acceptable. This effort is actually driven not by international accounting standard setters. So it's possible that all the stakeholders might reject this and say, let's maintain the status. And that means the effort for all these, as you see, the effort will take a little bit of, I think will be a waste of everybody's time. But hopefully, if we engage all the stakeholders, and that's the reason we are talking to you, because your voice counts, then this last option of maintaining current practice, which in Uganda we call no change, will not happen. Okay, so what are the project objectives? There are 3 objectives. 1, to improve the quality, transparency, and credibility of NPO financial reports. 2, to support the provision of NPO in making information that is relevant, okay? And you can see useful, preparers of users are the ones to make whether it is relevant, and to address NPO specific issues, because I've already demonstrated to you that the current frameworks are not kind to this sector. Some of the issues they talk about are really more for the profit generating sectors. Okay, and those comparability NPO issues is the other 3rd element. So what are the key questions? And this is what I tried to answer at the start, but I will dive into it. Who is delivering on the project? How is the guidance being developed? And which NPO is being targeted? Because even in Uganda, NPOs have different sizes. There are those community-based organizations that still do cash books. There are really some mid-level and NGOs that have simple accounting systems, and then there are these complex ones that are international, that will tell you that they have linked everything. The procurement starts here, it feeds here. The report you just print and the report comes out. Okay? So these 2 guys are actually the brains behind the project. You've heard about Humentum? These guys is a chartered accountancy body in UK, which focuses on local government and public sector. The 2 decided to partner. Both of them are, by the way, not for-profit entities. I remember when I think I did the political science in S1 and S2. And they said there's a gentleman who defined the government as what? Lincoln. Government is what? Guys, no wonder we are for. People led by what? For people led by? That's not a government. Okay, so this project is close to democracy. It is a project led by the players are NGOs themselves, NPOs. For what? So you cannot start choosing that this was a PDO project. This is a project led by players in the sector for the sector. So there is no way you can also tell them that you don't know what we are facing. The NPOs like yourselves. Okay? Then we have other stakeholders, which is the non-profit organization. The funders are being involved. The standard setters are part of the project. And accounting and audit community like BDO is where we come in. Okay? So the sector is financed by this whole project, actually these 2 guys, which I'm sure some of you also find the Ford Foundation, and open source and funders. So in this project, there's what we call a technical accounting group. These are the guys who review what the two project holders have. And it is composed of national accounting standard setters. By the way, I have said there are no accounting standards for NPOs, but there are some jurisdictions where they have accounting standards for NPOs. So they have already reached out to some of those jurisdictions in the world to be part of and actually champion this process. So they are part of the TAC, okay? ISB, there's an official observer in TAC, which this is a body that sets accounting standards. This one's the IFRS you hear about. IFRS FSME is this, okay? And then experience from countries that I've already mentioned that. So there's a group, okay? Then there is this one, Practitioner Advisory Group. It's composed of not-for-profit auditors, academicians all over the world. And I'm humble enough that I'm among that group. So you can see that you have a representative in Uganda, okay? And they try as much as possible to make it a global community. By the way, I am not the one who applied to be on this group. So just in case you said this guy just cheated the exams, I was a nominee from the Forum of Firms. There's a body of international accounting or professional firms that's called the Forum for Firms. All international accounting firms that you know that do audits across borders. I think there are about 26 players. There's a global body. Even if you see us sending proposals and we are competing, we talk, okay? So there's a body that brings us together, and that body said, I think Kenneth will represent us. Kenneth from BDO will represent the auditors from Africa. So that's how I come on that. I was nominated, I didn't apply. Okay. So the donor reference groups, the donor I talked about, the reference groups that participates as well, and is very key in the other supplementary information. There's a reference group for donors that are being engaged. These big players, you see? These ones, Global Fund, Ford, Gates, World Bank, you said, there's also that group. So by engaging them, we are trying to mitigate the risk of no change. The risk I talked about. Because once they get involved and they approve, we believe that the rest of the donor community will be on board to say, if that supplementary information is included in the standard, we will be able to take it so that we don't tell our people to start having different reporting formats. Okay? So the supplementary I talked about, what we do, the effort to have the supplementary information, and this is how it works. That group have 6 members from the donor reporting group, PAC, and then, as you will see, we already have actually a target that by November 2023, they will have supplementary information that they will propose to be part of the donor reporting specific report to be included in this standard. So this, for those who have participated, you've seen this project has been ongoing and there's active effort to engage many stakeholders. At the tail end of this presentation, the effort will be to all of you come on board and participate because it is democratic, like we mentioned. So the stakeholders I've already mentioned, the accounting standards bodies, government regulating NPOs, the international audit firm networks, and local auditors. This is where you see BDOs actively participating. NGOs, you guys, both your international offices, local offices that are being engaged, and the donor community. Okay, so the stakeholders are all being engaged. And you will see even in Uganda, the body that regulates accountancy is being engaged because they will play a big role in adopting this framework for reporting. And in Uganda, there is a Ispao. I know he might be online. The champion, there's a country champion for this effort. He's actually the manager in charge of technical standards. And when I talked to him this morning, he says there's even formed the working group that actively is going to review. Okay? So where are we? As you can see, the consultation paper came out in 2021. And that paper was a public paper, but that's the paper that I know from TAG and PAG perspective. We actively reviewed it before it was even published. The exposure draft is already out. There are three. The plan is to have 3 exposure drafts. Okay, so exposure draft 1 is already out. It was issued somewhere in, I think, December 2022. And it has 4 months of you to review and give your views and opinion. So I want to tell you that you have, if it was released in December, it is closing when? End of March. There's an exposure draft, and Moses will share with you some of the contents in that, but it is available online. I would want all of you guys, if you have a chance, to go at least scan through that exposure draft and give your comments, because that's the reason it gets published. The view is that once we have exposure draft 1, 2, 3, 4, by 2025, when you're in 2023 and you say 2025, it seems very far. But people have started the campaigning for 2026. Are you aware? So it's not very far. It's not very far for me. I see people I follow there in the village. You go for burial, the guy is there. He's fighting for the microphone. You can easily tell. They have posters. You can tell this man is looking at 2026. So it is not very far, and that's actually the timeline we are sharing, is how accounting standards are developed. You have to give people enough time to review and shape the standard. So don't start saying, why don't they bring this thing next year? The effort, this is the earliest we can, phase 3. And then there will be a bit of training. But if you start early, you'll be among the people to train. You already know the content. You have shaped. If you don't shape these things, by the way, you're going to find a standard that has been designed for Asians. And then you start complaining, this standard, how can they force us in Uganda to do this? You didn't give your views. It is now international. Okay, so exposure draft is already out. Please, 31st March, it's not very far. I know you have already paid the school fees. Now the head is okay. You can look at that. My slides are gone. Is it me? Okay. So, what is the framework? In developing this standard, what has been the approach? Nobody had time to start reinventing the wheel. What we did, and what this team did, is to use IFRS FME as the benchmark. The benchmark means the guidance on how to build this standard. If you know IFRS FME, it's organized in which way? It's organized in sections. IFRS FME has section 1 up to section 30. So even this standard, they said instead of saying IFRS 1, IFRS 2. You know, when you are in IFRS, you can scare people. One time you're saying IS, then IFRIC. I say, oh my God, these accountants. But IFRS for them is very simplified. You don't have to know these complex terms. Just section 1, 2, very simple, 100 pages. IFRS, the full IFRS, 3,000 pages. Some things you will never even apply them, but full chapters. So IFRS for me was simple. Okay, and that's the approach that was taken. Some sections will definitely be modified, and it will be really customized to speak for NPO. And other sections that are specific NPOs will be added. Okay? And of course, some sections you might borrow from, even if IFRS FME is really the building block. Some guidance might be picked from other standards as well. At the end of the day, our standard is going to call the what? international non-profit accounting guidance. That's how we are going to refer to this standard. Okay? And for me, well, I can't wait to provide an opinion that the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with international non-profit accounting. Not these things according to the policy documented in page 24 to eh? And when you go to the policy, it's only one page, modify the cash basis. Okay? So which NPOs are going to be really the focus of this standard? I talked about the NPO size. You know, when you are a community-based organization, Saving and Loans Association in Karamoja, you have a CBO certificate from the district. For sure, all you need is cash accounting. Who has brought money, who has borrowed? Isn't it? Accrual of who's going to might not make sense. You might accrue interest for people who are not even going to pay. So those small NGO and communities might find this very difficult. Okay. Then I talked about the tier one. You know, those big boys who are already even the funders themselves. You start telling, you said now that you also prepare according to this. Those big guys might have their own, even frameworks. But if you are in between there, this standard is actually for you. And I would bet 98% of our NGOs in this. So this project is actually your project and led by people who are in the sector like you. So you'll find that this standard that's being developed applies to you, and I would suggest you embrace it. My friend Esau here will tell you, when we were at the business school, we had a lecturer called Kundaba Nyanga. And he told us, you know, by that time, I think when we were, I will not tell you the year because you start working backwards on how old is our Wandaya. But there is a time there was a concept there of substance over form. And the way the man used to teach it, he even said that if an accountant who died 2 years ago wakes up and sees these things, he will collapse and die immediately. I strongly believe accountants who will come in the NPO sector, if you're not part of this project, you might start collapsing also. Because this sector is going to change things. Okay. So how can you participate? This is the road I've already mentioned. Exposure 1. Exposure draft 1 is already there in December, and we are supposed to comment. In Q2, you will see another exposure draft. The topics here are called framing, accounting topics, and presentation. So by mid-2025, the plane will have taken off. Just like the Minister of Finance does, it says the thing will have taken off. You have 4 months. Each time your exposure draft is out to be able to give comments. Now, I want to invite Moses Tibamwenda to come and share with you the key contents that are in exposure draft 1. Not in detail, because we know you guys are going to go to the website, read through, and give your comments. The main focus was introduced to you this project to show you that it is there. And we don't want to bore you with the details, but Moses is going to walk you through some of the contents that are in exposure draft 1 and probably guide on how you're going to be reviewing the document that's on the website. Moses.
Thank you, Kenneth. For the benefit of those who have just joined, Moses Tibamwenda is the name. I'm an associate director with the audit practice in BDR. So quickly just moving on to this. The IMPAG, which we have described as the International Non-for-Profit Accounting Guidance, there's an exposure draft. And what this is really some guidance for public comment. And that's why we are soliciting responses where all of us can participate in shaping what this is going to look like. So it's open until 31st March, like Kenneth had hinted. And there are 4 main topics which we'll cover in a nutshell, what exactly. Thank you. In a nutshell, we'll cover exactly what these topics address. Just going through, I know there are some who like to revise in class. There are others who like to go into the details, but we encourage each and everyone to actually take a stab reading through this. That's how you can contribute and let your voice be heard. So in terms of participation, it actually needs, or it has about 30 questions, or what we call the special matters for comment. And that's how we're able to get through to provide feedback, comments, and what we think about it and how it affects each and every one of us. So the guidance about completing that is that we don't necessarily have to complete all questions, because there's some areas that may not apply to you depending on the type of NGO or the areas which you focus. But if you can, then that would be appreciated, because it's going to be collective effort from all the consultative groups that is going to shape this standard. And then there's lots of resources which will be shared with you in terms of the links where you can find all this guidance. So those 4 categories of the topics is really, first is the description of NPOs, not-for-profit entities, and the reporting entity. Because it's important that if they're developing guidance to guide this sector, then we need to know who the target audience is. And there's just some guidance around that, some characteristics. It's based on broad characteristics, such as what your primary objective is. Is it providing benefit to the public, a smaller group like community-based organizations, or is it members and the likes? And then I think it's also fundamental to note that NPOs are defined that way because no one eventually benefits from the surpluses. When you have the income, take away the expenses, there's that money that remains. Sometimes the donors request you to transfer it to a separate bank account and all that. So one of the key characteristics is that it's not actually supposed to benefit individual members and things like that. But there's tons of guidance around how you define NGOs or NPOs in this case. Sometimes it's easier if it's a single legal entity and you're going through your purpose mission, that can easily be picked from there. But sometimes it's more complex, but the exposure draft defines those details. Then the other is the framework for this INPAG. So this covers the concepts and principles. So under the guidance, there are some key definitions that will help us, define some of the concepts and all that within that. So within the framework, like my colleague had mentioned, they started building from already existing frameworks. The IFRS for SMEs, IFRS, and then other jurisdictional guidance, like the CIPFA in the UK, which is already advanced when it comes to having regulatory practice in this space. But then it's tailored uniquely to the facts and circumstances of the NPOs across the globe, so that there's some comparability across it. And it covers key concepts like when you look at the financial reports that are prepared, it specifically outlines some fundamental characteristics and some enhancing characteristics. Fundamental meaning the information in the financial reports, is it relevant to the stakeholders? Is it going to aid decision-making? And then it also defines a concept they call material. If you don't disclose certain information in the financial reports, is it able to affect the decision-making of the key stakeholders, be it donors or the general public and all that? And then faithful representation. The contents that you present need to actually show a true picture of your operations, your financial status, your surplus and deficits. Those need to be covered within the framework. There are others like comparability, because the overall objective is to make sure that if we're all using the same standard, then you can compare across organizations in the same space or even across the globe. Timeliness of it, verifiability, and all that is covered in the frameworks. The other key broad category is the financial statements presentation, which was briefly touched on earlier as well. So starting with the guidance from the IFRS for SMEs, what are some of the primary financial statements we'll be expected to find under this framework? And we would have things like the statement of income and expenses, where you have, your donations coming in. If there are other activities, the standard recognizes that the NPOs in this space have different streams of income. Some of them generate from selling goods, others it's donations in kind. So how will that be reported on when it comes to the financial statements itself? We'll have the statement of financial position, which is the balance sheet, like was previously also stated. And then the income expenses result in a surplus, which is accumulated in what we are calling the reserves, which is the statement of changes in the net assets. That's some of the terminology you find in some of these exposure drafts, and they're really explained and detailed. So for some of you who are new to these concepts, you'll be able to appreciate them further and all that. So I think one of the guidance that is coming in is that it also appreciates that NPOs sometimes have restricted funding from donors. So there is a proposal to actually disclose or report on the activities from that restricted funding versus the non-restricted funding. Some NPOs have already been doing that right now, but for those who have not been tracking their restricted funding against expenditure, then there might be some expected work for you to actually start making sure you build in systems and processes that are able to distinguish and track some of that as well. Then the fourth broad category is really about, if you can just remove the video, top corner or something like that, the narrative reporting. So the narrative reporting is an attempt to catch up with players in the profit side of things. Usually where we would have a strategic report that we call the front half of the financial statements that has a description of all the activities, interpreting the financial results, how it relates to the objectives of the organization, the actions and activities you've actually carried out in fulfilling those, as well as any other qualitative information that enhances the readability of these financial statements and enables people to draw meaningful conclusions from this information. So within this framework, the guidance is that there's going to be a section for narrative reporting. So remember, when it comes to NPOs, they also define a reporting NPO as a not-for-profit organization that is required to produce general purpose financial statements, which include the general purpose financial reports. That's where we have the numbers, income, expenses coming in. And then there'll be the other section, which is narrative reports. So because there needs to be some comparability across board, they have also come up with some guidance and standards or some indicative examples of what should be included in narrative reports. And there's some mandatory requirements and others. So I'll briefly run through the mandatory requirements in 1 minute, in the interest of time. Mandatory requirements in the narrative report will all be expected to include the overview, which is your vision, who you are, what you do, your target outreach, and things that describe you as an NPO, or what is your niche within the segment you report, and things like that. So after the overview, then there's going to be the performance objectives or performance section of it. So you're required to actually present what some of your key objectives in engaging in the activities you actually do are, how you're tracking against those. And this could be qualitative as well as quantitative on some of those fronts. From the performance objectives, there's also a requirement, which is mandatory for you to now include the financial objectives. And that's really dealing on the financial side of things, the target revenues or the target donations you expect to solicit, how much expenditure, examples of which can also still be elicited. Then from that, there's just a section on risks and uncertainties. So what are some of the things that actually could impede you fulfilling those financial and performance objectives? That's very key, and how you intend as an NPO to address some of these. Now, there's some other additional optional information you can disclose, and some NPOs in certain jurisdictions, by law, it's required to disclose, information around climate reporting and things like that. That's going to be an option that is recognized under the provisions of the exposure draft as well. So our input, like my colleague Kenneth had mentioned, we really need to, what's the goal? The goal is just to ensure that it's a participatory process. They're getting all these ideas and then we comment on them, how it affects you, some of the things or the challenges you foresee that will build into the actual guidance that will now become, mandatory for adoption. Sharing opinions and then learn about some of the proposals and developments. So this exposure draft or the standard is, like Kenneth had mentioned, is supposed to cover 36 sections. The first exposure draft is just covering sections 1 to 10, and then section 35 is the narrative reporting on the qualitative information you include in the financial reports. So this process is still going on, and it's all targeting individuals, organizations, players in this space for participation. And because it's going to affect us, these are real issues that affect us as NPOs and players in this space. So we talked about a lot of guidance. So there's some financial issues that are already being raised with regard to this, and you can find that on the website. They're just links to the resources, showing some of the seminars. There's some seminars that, are planned in the coming months once, the next exposure draft is to be released and all that. And it's also still part of the consultative effort in doing this. So again, this is the opportunity for us to actually voice our concerns and try and, contribute to this process of shaping what reporting is going to look like in this space. Because once the train leaves come 2025, when it's time for adoption of these standards, then it's going to be you either comply or not. One thing I forgot to highlight on this is when they talk about general purpose reporting, financial reports, they're talking about that intended for the primary users, which could be the donors, the people who are actually directly affected by the interventions and all that, because there's the other special purpose financial reports. Maybe a donor specifically requires you to present a report a certain way or specifically tending to those needs. So this standard and effort is only going to capture the general purpose financial reports that are going to be prepared once the standard becomes effective. So again, you can visit the website, subscribe to some of the updates. I've actually seen them preempting when there are discussions, they'll send you emails, links to discussion forums where you're able to contribute to some of the ideas, the topics, the questions, challenges. And if you are part of the process, then it becomes easy for you to appreciate what is required of you. And that's why we would encourage that we participate in this process. So in a nutshell, that is the financial reporting section. And we just want to open this up to Q&A, which my MC will just guide us on how that is going to play out. Thank you, Emron.
A round of applause for Moses and Kenneth. And Moses and Kenneth, I like that you brought this conversation home in a way that we all can understand, at least for the accountants. The legal persons may have had bits and pieces of Greek, but there will be payback time after the break when the accountants begin to hear Greek as well. But that said, we now want to give an opportunity for you to get translation for the bits and pieces of Greek you might have had. And I say bits and pieces because we are very deliberate to have these conversations as easy as they come without losing the point, right? So Moses and Kenneth, I'm going to ask that you take the seats here at the front, and then we will take the questions. When we have a hand raised online, please let me know, Drake, so we can take that question. The stairs are the other side. Right. Questions? Shall we assume they were very clear? Or shall we assume the content was very hard to digest? All right, Moses and Kenneth, as we wait for those questions, out of all that you've said, and I'll start with Kenneth, what's that 1-2 thing that you think we should all walk away with as we go back to our offices this afternoon? Kenneth, you can go first.
I think for me, it's the objective of why we are sharing this. We are running this symposium is poking you to go and contribute. It would be nice for you to take a record of those websites, and I think this presentation, Momentum will not have any problem saturating it as well. If you can go and visit those links, read through the exposure draft 1, like Moses mentioned, there are already 10 topics, and try to answer to those mandatory questions that actually get your feedback in the specific areas. Because I'm just asking you a question, do you agree with the definition of the way we have defined an NPO? What would be, so that you can shape the conversation. Before you know it, they will define an NPO and leave you out, and you start complaining. So my request and my ask is to challenge you to go to those websites and respond to those questions and shape the conversation. Like I said, it's the reason why they involve all stakeholders to get their opinions. When I sit on that PAG, I'm giving my perspective as the auditor in African and Uganda context on some of the suggestions, but that's probably me and a few of the colleagues. So now you can also give your opinion from the person who prepares the report yourself. So that's why my request is for you to take note of these websites and take time to visit them before 31st March so that your voice can be heard. That's what I would say, Moses.
Thank you, Kenneth. You're either part of the bus or the bus will move with you in it. Moses, what should we take home with us?
Thank you, Emron. It's not too far from what Kenneth has mentioned, but we have also experienced this in the profit entity sides because there are a number of standards. So sometimes we have changes coming in. There's been enough time for people to appreciate what is expected of them. But then if you wait until last minute, you're not part of the process, you'll find there's significant costs and delays that may be incurred in just making sure you comply with some of this guidance that has been developed without your output. And this could lead to delays, in donor funding. Some donors peg their funding to, you submitting some of these reports. Now, if this guidance is issued and you're not able to, comply with it, then it's going to take longer for certain things to fall in place. So my takeaway from this is if you follow the process, you are part of this, consultation discussion, just try and forecast what are some of the new requirements coming in that you're currently not doing, and try and think about how you can organize yourselves to be a step ahead when it actually now becomes, applicable to you. And there's not two ways. You'll have to comply. I think in the past, there used to be comply or explain, but now it's comply or their repercussions. Thank you, Em.
Thank you, Moses. It's very clear you either comply or comply, not comply or explain. Esau, you had a question?
I don't know that it's a question or comment, but I'll try and see what it will be. Thank you so much, Kenneth and team, for this. And I like the initiative that you've taken as BDO and Libra to have this conversation. But in my mind, I've been asking how effective is just Libra and BDO's initiative going to take this to the final person working in a local NGO in Karamoja and so on, and yet their view counts. So what I would suggest, especially for you, Kenneth, who is part of the larger planning group, that there has to be an intentional partnership with the NGO Bureau so that they are at the lead of this exercise together with you, supporting them technically. Otherwise, only those who are privileged to be associating with BDO and Libra will benefit, and the views that will actually, so it becomes quite complex if this is going to regulate such a large sector and only just a few people in this room are getting this knowledge. I think there's need to have an intentional partnership with the NGO Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you, Esau. Your team seems to know you so well. When I gave him the mic, they said he must have a question. Right. So, Kenneth, Moses, you can each take a shot at that as we wait for any other questions as they may come.
I don't think Esau's comment was a question. Is actually the typical Esau is giving me more work. And he raises a very good point because I feel, and I need to make this very clear, by the way. Like I said, this project is being led by, for the lack of a better word, volunteers. It's not with an approach that if we involve all the stakeholders, it will be adopted. But it is possible at the tail end of this project, nobody adopts it. It is possible. There's no requirement that the output of this project that the regulators of the National Accounting Standards Body will adopt. But the chances of success of it being adopted is if we involve everybody, it will get what? Adopted. So the point that Esau raises actually hits on the heart of that issue, that if we involve the regulators like an NGO Bureau, and that the outputs, they really like it, and they say all of us have to comply, you see that they would have made at least a success of this effort. Higher chances are, if you don't involve them, and personally, by the way, I think 99.9 a private citizen. The only reason I will need to go to a government office is if I must. So for me, if there's an option not to go to police, I will. If we knock each other, let's do the dialogue and leave the traffic guys out. Because personally, having started from private sector, I find the approach either too slow, or I just don't like people who just bring bureaucracy. But in this area, we can't avoid them. But if my natural inclination would be to avoid them from a personal point, but we can't avoid them. And that's why I credit the developers of a standard that they have involved the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Despite the fact that we have a regulator of this space, when it comes to accounting matters, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, through the Accountants Act of 2016, have the mandate to regulate it. I'm more than sure, and like I said, the Institute is already part of, it has a country champion, they are forming a working group. When I talk to them, they're excited. I'm more than sure at the tail end of this exercise, they will be the first body to adopt and encourage adoption. And if they do, because the Institute and NGO Bureau are all established by an act of parliament, they can easily talk. So my job is to make sure that I am part of that conversation, but I know, and my request to Charles, who I know is probably joining online, is that the ISPAO is going to involve the NGO Bureau to make sure that this is part of the framework that people in this sector adopt. But more importantly, what Esau has said is to probably challenge the Institute not to keep these discussions to the people who can speak English nicely like Esau, to take it to the other people as well. The voters. I was told one of my colleagues, they are called the Avalonzi, those guys who might benefit. So I agree with you, Esau.
Thank you, Kenneth. Now that you don't like going to police, you might need to tell us if that will come at a cost for us to make that engagement. Moses, your thoughts?
No, I think Kenneth has really covered it well. It's a participatory process. So if all the regulators, all the stakeholders, government and all that are involved, then, and it's acceptable across board, then the chances are that, there will be efforts to reach those who are way down, in areas where they need to actually understand and appreciate the changes. And I think the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, ICPA, actually does a good job when it comes to that. So as long as there is participation through the process, we believe that, the outreach will be good. And part of the responsibility will also rest with, the practitioners, Kenneth and people like that, to actually make sure that, we ensure that people are complying.
Thank you, Moses. We have a question.
Yes, first of all, I just want to appreciate this exercise and this symposium. My question basically would be, I happen to attend some of the earlier consultations around these standards for the NPOs, and one of the issues that was raised there was like we wanted this standard to try to define like some of the statements that we produce, like statements of activities. That message should be sent, especially to the compliance regulators, like in Uganda. Let me say, URA, how will they perceive our transactions when they're coming to do their audits, or when we need their support? Maybe if the donor want to tell them that we are very compliant, and that can be assurance can also be given by URA, such that this donor will be able to finance our activities. So that question was raised, and I think it's very important that if we have a forum like this, how far are we in engagement with those bodies, especially for that particular session? I think most of the NGOs feel that they are not in real good terms with the URA, so they feel that they need to improve on that. Thank you.
Let me just request that you tell us your name and the organization you're representing.
I'm called Moses Dika. I work with Child Fund.
Moses, namesake. It's a pleasure getting a question from you. Let's take another question.
Thank you very much. I am really happy that in country we are having such initiatives where we are leading on a global initiative. My name is Anthony Nyende. I work for Japaigo, Uganda. I have about, they may not be like really questions, but probably comments for food for thought. When Kenneth was presenting the fourth slide, he told us that we are basically benchmarking so much on the IFRS for SMEs. But largely in the NGO sector, you may agree with me, colleagues, that USAID defines almost everything for us. And all the donors that come in the industry benchmark so much on what has USAID said, right from the start of everything. When you go to USAID or DFID, they're benchmarking. What is USAID saying? What GATE is saying? What is USAID saying? FCDO, what is GATE saying? OC is saying, what is USAID saying? So for more applicability of these standards as we are designing, we need to look at what has USAID defined, right from everything, right from the definitions of an NGO, right from what their requirements are. Then secondly is on applicability in terms of the pilots of this initiative. Largely, I've seen that most of the standards that we are using are UK driven. And largely the NGOs are kind of inclined to the US government. Now, like when you see the Chartered Institute of Public Finance is UK, Humanitarian is UK. Where are we getting the government, the US government arm? Because there is a big office of the OMB that has defined everything around reporting. I thank you. Over.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other that would like to ask before that's responded to? Okay, Kenneth and Moses, we can respond to that.
Okay, I will start with Moses. So actually, I don't know. I think Moses is a very common name. We have 3 Moseses in office. So sometimes it's a pain when you say Moses, and So Moses, nice meeting you. You raise a very good point. And if you look at what I've shared with you among the stakeholders that are shaping this project, I talked about the funders group, okay? And I said there are really major donors in this space that are being involved in this project. They are not per se part of the technical setting, but they have observers and they're actively going to actually shape the supplementary information, talking about the donor reporting. You said is among those funders group. Actually, personally, I agree with you that if you said it was not part of that group, you know how Americans can be, with all due respect to Americans. And I love them. I've been in America for 2 years. But I like that they are really assertive. You know, when you go to US and find somebody who has been in the US, they believe the whole world stops there. The last time I went back there, I think that was 2018, I was shocked. I'm digressing a bit, but for me, this story really amazes me that I reached Los Angeles and I went to I went to one of those rental cars to get a car, and I was using my driver's license from Uganda, which is a permit. So I give it to a girl on the counter and say, I deserve the car, need to. So the guy said, "Oh my God, you're from Wakanda." I actually froze and said, "What? Wakanda? Where is that place?" I said, "Are you serious?" He said, "Please tell me more about Wakanda." I said, clearly, like this is a grown-up, doesn't know that Wakanda doesn't exist. But anyway, I'm just showing you that, and when in America, everything is almost different. So yes, you said it's part of the funders group, they actively contribute, they sit in all those meetings, and I'm certain with that kind of involvement, they will definitely be able to shape. And the truth is, maybe to tackle it together with the question from Anthony and Moses as well, setting a standard that is international is a very complex exercise. And I've witnessed it firsthand. Just the decision on how to title these elements. Is it statement of income and expenditure? Statement of activities? It is a big debate. Okay? Is it income and because the Americans will call it statement of income of activities. That's probably the term that Americans are. And then the guys in the UK will say it's income and expenditure. So, but not all of the elements in there are expenditure. There's some depreciation. And the debate goes on and on. So the key thing is to be able to find a universally acceptable position, but there will be positions that will be divergent from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And that is the reason why we are able to have different stakeholders contribute. And that's why I'm actually actively petitioning you and beseeching you to contribute. Because if you don't, your views on how some of these elements can be shaped will be left out. Yeah, and that is true as well when it comes to taxation matters. But if you know very well, when it comes to tax, it is a creature of economics, law, and accounting. And usually the law really supersedes most of these frameworks. So the key thing, which you raise, is very important, and that's where I think the Institute has a very good role to play, is to engage stakeholders like URA to make sure that they understand these new developments and how they might impact the current tax law. I think for me, when we engage them and they see that their also interests are taken care of, you might find it might be easier to say, if you publish accounts according to this framework, it's very easy to deal with you. Even if you want a certificate of exemption, it becomes very easy to understand. But it is very painful sometimes to deal with URA officers and you tell them I expensed the vehicle. Because clearly they have never seen it. Yeah, so that's why this framework can bridge that gap as well. but their involvement and making sure that they understand and tweak some of the laws to reflect this. And also be sensitive as well, that, for example, if we have one of the debates that I remember we had in the park was the elements that must appear in the statement of income and expenditure. So which line items should be pronounced and appear? I mean, if you start using terms like management fees, you are just say, oh God, where is withholding tax? Probably you're defining it differently. So all those elements are important as we're engaging, because if you don't have that perspective, then you just create more queries and unnecessary friction, when clearly you could have used a term that is more inclusive, more understandable. I hope I've been able to add the context, but key to it is that we have a voice to shape some of these conversations. I submit.
Thank you, Kenneth from Wakanda. Let's have Moses.
Thank you. Just building on to that, as for Moses's. Yes, I agree with Kenneth 100%. And I believe sometimes, NGOs have been being harassed by URA because it's the wild, wild west when it comes to, people using different frameworks, using different terminology and all that. But once there's consensus and there's something that is generally agreeable with all parties, of course, with different stakeholder engagement, then sometimes we have seen in the past that could happen, that the amendments to the law that actually recognizes that there's now guidance and a framework around this, and that is some of the conversations with the stakeholders. Once you have a statement of compliance that shows that you've complied with these principles, that is accepted practice across board and is uniform. To the question on, the benchmark of IFRS for SMEs and its applicability to not-for-profit organizations. So it's starting from the IFRS for SMEs was just in recognition of the fact that, rather than, reinventing the wheel, there's already groundwork that is laid. But those sections or the guidance under IFRS for SMEs has been turned upside down to make sure that they're catering for, the unique circumstances of these NPOs. So there will be a lot of, if you read the exposure draft and some of, the write-up conversations around it, they're actually trying to see what actually works within the definition of, NGOs, what do some of the stakeholders, like you said, consulting group, DFID, what do some of the donors actually say, or what do they expect as minimum, requirements? And to also encourage, or, the conversation around, UK standards versus US. The way I view some of these standards is it's minimum guidance, right? That you can now build on. So if there's additional donor requirements that are imposed on you, those could be incorporated in, the narrative sections and things like that. And the exposure draft and the guidance around that actually recognizes that. Because I'll give you an example. Under the narrative reporting section, they actually say there's, mandatory disclosures you're supposed to make. But it also recognizes the fact that, circumstances are different, again, across, NGOs across the globe. And it permits certain exemptions. So there are certain exemptions that certain NGOs are permitted to actually take, depending on the reporting requirements of their user group. As long as you actually state that you've applied that exemption, the financial reports, the general purpose financial reports that you would come up with under this guidance would still be compliant with that. So it recognizes the different circumstances of all the donors. And that's why it's really consultative. Like my colleague mentioned, it's very difficult to get, one size fits all, but it's going to be minimum guidance that now, depending on your requirements, you can build upon. I hope that answers that.
All right, thank you, Moses. We are going to take just one more question and go for our tea break. But before that, Kenneth mentioned that Charles is online, and Charles has given a comment. He says we have co-opted representation from the NGO Bureau among other stakeholders. So Esau, I believe that answers the question that you had. He's out. I believe that answers the question that Esau had as well. So let's take just one question and then we can break off.
Thank you to Moses and Kenneth, as well as BDO and Libra for organizing this session. Thank you for pointing out that one of the key objectives for this project was to address the conflicts between current accounting practice in all our organizations and the existing frameworks like IFRS, GAAP, and those other frameworks. So my question is very practical. And feel free to let me know, because I'm also asking this question recognizing that I've not interacted with any of the exposure drafts. So feel free to let me know whether my question has already been addressed there or in any other forum in the past. But it's basically around how is there a session planned either by the project organizers whereby accountants from different organizations can discuss and submit practical day-to-day challenges that make up this inconsistency and conflict, and what we want to see changed, what we want to see addressed in this policy. I'm asking this because one of my team members back in my organization was asking me, so when you go there, here's the full list of questions I want you to ask about revenues, assets, inventory, how can we going to deal with this? So I know there might be these sessions that have taken place already, but how do we get accountants, our legal entities, government bodies in one room to submit questions on what we want to see addressed? And my second question was also a brief one. What's going to be the overall governing body of this framework? Is it going to be IFR for nonprofits, or is it going to be embedded within IFRS? So what's the arrangement around that? Finally, my name is Galileo from Medical Teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses and Kenneth. Let's take that.
Dabdel, I don't know if I pronounced that name right, but in terms of the forum to ask those questions, I would say there are many forums. Actually, I think mid-Feb, if you go to LinkedIn for IFRS, IFR for not-for-profit in the link that was shared there, there is a webinar coming up that you can subscribe to. But I know the way the webinars are run is basically to run you through the exposure drafts, the contents, and ask you specific questions on some of the suggestions on how NPO should account for some and disclose some elements. Now, that's when would be the prime time to see what the suggestion they are putting forward, if it's consistent with the way you're doing it, or is consistent in the way you would desire it to be done. And you can actually espouse and say, I feel like if we do it this way, it will be a better approach. And that is true as well when you go on the links that are provided. You can provide responses to those questions, but you can also provide a detailed response with write down of what you need to see. Those are all acceptable. But I think what we want to see is a debate of there's this one, which one should we choose? That takes more actually at the tag level. The technical accounting group really is the one that is in the midst of that. And we all agree that if we are to ask accountants to vote on which path to take, we will not even start because too many cooks. Yes. But you have a chance to be able to say, I like this, or I have a different view on how it should be presented or accounted for. That's why I said the stakeholders, individuals or even entities, even within the organization, it's okay to have a write-up as MTI and say, this is what we believe we want to see as a group. And you submit that. That is also totally acceptable. in the working group that the institute is putting together, actually that's what they're going to do. They're going to study the exposure draft and come up with things that they feel as the institute in Uganda
the project the IF, International Financial Reporting for not-for-profit. It has a steering committee, it has the technical accounting groups, it has champions. So there's a team behind that. So if it's adopted as practice, usually part of that team will be retained with whichever accounting standard body is going, because they were part of the process and they can guide on some of the specific issues that otherwise would have caused problems across border. Yeah.
All right, a round of applause for Moses and Kenneth. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You may come and take your seats. I believe we have had enough of accounting today. We can have some more of it during the networking session. It's now time for us to take a short break. We'll take about 20 minutes break to have our tea, and then we'll be back. There are two lovely ladies that are going to be guiding us there table by table, so we can have our breakfast. The team online, before we go for that break for the team online, and some of us still in the room. Charles, I hope you can hear me for the team online. Charles, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you pretty well.
Perfect. So Kenneth mentioned that Charles is joining us. So Charles will just give you a chance to say a thing or two, and then we can break off.
Thank you so much, Moses, for this. Thank you so much, Libra and BDO for this setup. My name is Charles Lutimba. I work with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda as the manager in charge of standards and technical support. But key, as far as this particular project is concerned, I am the country champion, and we have clear terms of reference in as far as guiding the sector in Uganda is concerned in terms of the developments around this particular standard. I just want to mention one or two things in the interest of time. And one was an aspect of how spread have we done, how far have we gone in as far as drawing awareness about this particular project is concerned. Like Kenneth has indicated, a lot of webinars have been pushed out there. And important to note, we have launched the working group, the International Financial Reporting for NPOs working group. And this working group has been deliberately designed with membership from the accountancy profession, with membership from the regulatory sector, with membership from you, the players. I believe I see some of you guys who have even confirmed attendance to our meetings, and that is very, very pertinent. We have also not forgotten automatically the academia. We have representation from the training and education institutions. What we need to note, ladies and gentlemen, is that as far as the accountancy profession is concerned, the mandate to issue and adopt any international accounting or auditing standard in Uganda is concerned rests with CPA Uganda, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda. And when you see us get involved here, when you see us call upon you guys to take part in this, we are saying once it is issued, then it will be a mandate that we adopt its usage. And once we adopt it, automatically, you have raised issues with URA, you've talked about issues with the NGO Bureau. Those other regulatory body will simply move hand in hand with us once we make a clear green light on adoption of this standard. So I just wish to mention that and put that clear, that the purpose as to why we need your commentary on this is because your comments matter. Your comments give a jurisdictional perspective on treatment of some of these aspects. So all those who wish to take part in these discussions. The discussions are kicking off the coming week. We shall be happy to get your involvement, and I will post within the chat the contact detail for anybody who wishes to join the working group. Kenneth and Moses, somebody talked about the difference that we have between the Americans and then the UK, and how far have we had these two come together in as far as shaping this particular standard is concerned. What I can mention briefly, ladies and gentlemen, is that even when we look into the private sector reporting standards, the IFRSs, for example, there is what we call the ongoing convergency project. We are now seeing a convergency in as far as standard setting is concerned. A standard that is being issued now has facets that cater for the American market, but also those that cater for the UK market and the entire world. And I believe once the other side, the private sector, pushes us to that route, I know once this particular NPO framework comes up, the next discussion is likely to be around a convergence such that we have a close on such gaps. Otherwise, I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to hear a word from us. I thank the organizers, BDO and Libra, and we hope to interact with many of you once we kick off with the discussions of the working group. Thank you, Moses.
Thank you so much, Charles. A round of applause for him. I think what comes out very clearly is involvement, involvement, involvement. It's very important for us to be part of these discussions, and that's the only way we can surely get the benefits that we desire. It's the only way we can make our practice better and better. So as we mentioned, it's break time now. Feel free to engage your neighbor, get to know their name, get to know where they work. You can exchange the contact now, or you can wait for the networking session. You'll be ushered for the break tea shortly from your tables. Our break is just 20 minutes, and then we'll begin the legal conversations. Thank you. Okay, for those of us outside, we want to request that you come in. So we start with the next session and finish in time. We don't want to keep you here longer. So the team outside, let's move in. And the team inside, let's begin to settle as we prepare for the next session. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's settle. Awesome. So, as we mentioned, this session has two limbs. One is the accounting limb, which we have just finished in the morning, which we covered during the morning hours. And the second limb is the legal aspects. So now is the time that we are going to hear from our partners, Libra Associates. And I'd like to invite Agres. Agres has been practicing in this space for quite a while, over 8 years. And she's advised several clients, including many of us in this room, on different legal aspects. So she'll walk us through the changing legal landscape, and so we can understand it as well. I'm sure she's going to keep the conversation client-friendly and accountant-friendly at that. When we hear the Greek, again, raise your hand and she will speak English at that point. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for, let's have Robert say a few words. Robert is the managing partner, and then after Robert, he will invite Agres. A round of applause for Robert. Let's clap like we had breakfast. Much better.
Thank you so much, Moses. Is it? No, I'm just looking at the time. Still morning? Good morning. It's good to see you, all of you. And I'm glad our presentation is coming at a point of where people have just taken breakfast, not like the first team, where people were probably waking up and they needed a bit of jump starter. So I'm glad most of you are refreshed. I'm glad we are able to make it here to discuss regulatory issues in the NGO space. My name is Robert Msoke. I'm the managing partner for Libra Advocates and Consultants, not Libra Associates. We, as a firm, we provide, and I'll first talk about the firm, and then I will invite Agres to come and make the presentation. Then I will give some closing remarks at that point. The firm Libra provides legal services to non-for-profit. We can call it non-for-profit, we can call it NGO, non-government organization, but in Uganda we are accustomed to call it non-government organization, as far even the law that establishes the body that regulates NGOs. So in a short way, we call them NGOs. We provide services, and we've been doing this kind of support for NGOs for since I think 2015. I've been in that space. I've been seeing, in fact, I see the faces and I see the people that we've been interacting with. And I feel good when we see more faces of people getting interested in ensuring there is compliance with the ever-changing regulatory framework. At Libra, we provide legal services, first of all, and those legal services include compliance services, whereby we help you navigate through going through the different laws that regulate NGOs. One is the NGO Act. You have the Companies Act for those who are registered as companies. We have other acts, but Agres will go through the other compliance issues. But we help you navigate that space and make sure that you can comply and file all those numerous returns right now that you have to file with the different entities. We provide employment advisory, employment litigation to support organizations like yours in responding to suits, claims from disgruntled employees who might be claiming that they have been unfairly terminated. We help you respond to them. We help you also guide you in a way of how do you handle grievances from employees so that they don't actually become suits. We provide support when you probably are having challenges with the suppliers stemming from procurement. When you come up with you want to terminate supplier contracts, and then of course the supplier also believes that the termination is unfair, or there is a contradiction of whether they provided the services or supplied the goods that were supposed to be supplied. So usually those kind of contradiction and conversations, we are usually part of them to support you and make sure that we lessen the risk that you might be exposed to. We also provide tax services. I know BDO also provides the same, but I'll still mention that Libra provides tax services. In tax advisory services, we provide services to do with the tax accounting. It's different from financial accounting, but we provide tax accounting. We provide audit management support when you are handling audits from URA. We help you with the support that you need to respond to the questions that the URA officials may raise. We provide assistance in representing you at the tribunal in case you are unable to resolve those issues with the URA. So those are the services in short that we provide. Many of the services you can always reach me in that other section of networking, and I'll be able to explain. We are happy to see you. I make special mention and thank BDO for the initiative, for allowing to partner with us to be able to reach out to this space and encourage the participants in this space to comply, to understand the changes in their sector. When Kenneth came and spoke to me back in November, that we need to come up with a training or an interaction whereby we can discuss a few things and help the industry and the sector be ahead of the tide in complying with the ever-changing landscape. Between November and now, if I look at the questions that I've been receiving, the compliance questions that I've been receiving from colleagues in this room, if you look at the regulators that have been created, if you look at the compliance right now, I think many of you are still talking about benefit information. What are we supposed to file? All this has happened in that space of less than 4 months. We are not even done with the first quarter, but in the first quarter, we have had to work on data protection. We had to work with beneficial owners. If I start to count, we are now supposed to file like 7 returns, annual returns, because there is a financial intelligence. They also do the return. You need to know that the return should look like this. Then you also have data protection. Once you register, the next thing is to start submitting returns. Excuse me. Start submitting returns. When you look at URSB, you are supposed to file a return. When you look at the NGO Bureau, you are supposed to file a return. Now, there are also those additional returns like the annual income tax return. Those ones are now, they haven't changed. But if you look at this information that now the compliance has changed in a very short space, and you're looking at 4 months, now you have an obligation. And I've been having several interactions with many colleagues in this sector that organizations have to have specific departments on compliance. You'll find that banks will have someone in risk and compliance. But I think the tradition here is to put this under admin, I think admin and finance, HR, admin and finance. That's where they are putting the support. And of course, the challenge is that when we are trying to interact with the department and then we are trying to explain to them these several requirements that have to be complied with, it becomes a challenge. And probably at the end of this engagement, we would want to see a bit of change whereby you are able to have designated persons that handle compliance in the organization. Otherwise, many people already have their own engagements, because now, for example, if you look at the Financial Intelligence Authority, they require that one of you is the accountable person. Now, you need that person to be there. You need a team that focuses only on compliance, to comply, so that the rest of the team can now concentrate on the other core objectives of the organization and not go into these compliance issues. Alternatively, you can always approach us. But of course, even with that, we still have to engage a particular individual or office within the organization to make sure that we are able to comply within time. I am aware that there is another engagement with the Country Directors Forum, INGOs, that I think is taking place at 3 with the head of the bureau. But of course, we have had like 3 other days of engagements with the URSB, especially on the beneficial owners. And a bit of the information has changed from what they had initially communicated. So the compliance issue here, we are also looking at the also contradiction in the conversation. Today, we receive a communication saying, do this to comply. And then the next day, this is changed because organizations will probably have complained and they don't think that can be achieved. So with those very few remarks, I would want to call Egress to come and make the longer version of the presentation. Egress, probably let me talk about Egress as she makes her way to the podium. Egress is an advocate. I think Moses was not very generous in the introduction. Egress is an advocate, both in Uganda and in Kenya. She handles compliance issues on behalf of Libra, working with what for us we call you partners. We don't call you clients, we call you partners. So on behalf of our partners, Egress is a go-to person, always responding to those questions, and also challenging the regulators on what guidance they give, because sometimes they give guidance that surely we are unable to take back to you. So at that point, we have to challenge it immediately so that by the time we communicate to you, we are in position to communicate something that is not going to change. So, Egress.
Thank you, Robert. You'll forgive me if I call him Robert, he's my boss, but we are usually on first name basis in our office, so that it's easier to go to his office and tell him, Robert, this partner is saying ABCD. I do not agree with it because they will be in trouble and I need your assistance. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who find Agrace, the name, difficult, I will add another one. My name is Atuhaire Mojizi. I hope those are easier, so you can call me by any of those. Thank you, Kenneth, for the morning session. At Libra, we have a blend, and accounts and legal, tax and legal, you have to know 1 or 2 things from the other department, and it was really good. But now off to compliance and regulatory challenges in the NGO space. I start with this so that you know the background of what it is we're going to deal with. There are 2 giants to legal compliance for all of you here. If you have not registered at the NGO Bureau, you definitely are registered at URSB. If you're not registered at URSB, it is 100% a sure thing that you're registered at the NGO Bureau. So these are the 2 godfathers in this sector right now. And what they do is that they absorb what the government requires from you in your practices, and they either make it easy or they require you to come to lawyers to make it easy. So there are many NGO compliance regulatory bodies. I know Robert tried to state a few of them, and this is it. I am just listing for you so that at least you have a background of where you have interfaced with any of the people here there. You've got URSB. I think right now URSB and NGO Bureau, they are taking the most audience from your attention internally. We have the NGO Bureau, we have URA, because one or the other, if you've not complied in any of those, you will be caught somewhere else. Then we have the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. That one is, I don't know, how many of you have registered for workplace registration? How many of you have your workplace registration certificates? By show of hands. Okay. How many are international NGOs right here? How many are representing INGOs? How many have expatriates in their NGOs? That means you apply for work permits, you apply for entry permits, entry visas, you apply for dependent passes, you apply for student passes, okay? So basically, if you don't have this certification, the next application is going to cause you trouble if you don't have it. So be careful when I'm listing them, try to note them down if you can, so that at least you know whom you have to go to for what compliance, okay? With Financial Intelligence Authority, FIA, I still credit them for being the fastest government authority right now in compliance, because they, please let me know if I'm going so fast, okay? Because they are very efficient. I have never dealt with a government organization, a government regulatory body that is as fast as FIA, and they actually deal online. Now that's a plus in Uganda's sectors. We have the PDPO for data protection. The laws were there before, but they were just being debated. And I'm sure many INGOs had been complying with data protection in those contracts that you were executing with your funders. USAID is one of those funders that requires data protection policies internally. So in 2019, when PDPO came on board, it was more of rubber stamping what some organizations were doing. Only this time around, they are catching you. Then we have the NSSF. NSSF has recently also opened up to other government bodies where it releases some information where necessary, or receives information perhaps from URA or URSP. You have 12 employees who are non-Ugandan and only 2 are registered. NSSF will come for you. If you don't have the exemption, you will be obliged to comply or to pay penalties. We have the DCIC. Now, that is the one that is responsible for citizenship and immigration control, where you go for your work permits and other immigration applications. It's also online. The applications are good, easy to maneuver. The problem is, how do you get the confirmations? Okay. Then we have the Ministry of Internal Affairs, pretty much the same. But the first one will be like, I don't want to use this because you're recording it, but I usually like the spy language, okay? The ones who report to the other ones and tell them, please check whether organization A has complied with you, or we have an application for this, but we don't think this person is suited for Uganda's work environment. Can they return to their country? That kind. And your obligation is to confirm that this person has been recruited, given a contract, and they're here legally, including their family. Then we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that's directly with outside our control, but it deals with persons mostly, the ones who come in the category of representatives of states, okay? If you've made an application at Class A, you know that those people have to rubber stamp it. Without them, you cannot work in Uganda, okay? Now we have the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. I was talking with somebody behind there, and I know that they've got assets. Then you have implementing partners who are, let's say, not regulated by by URSB, but NGO Bureau, that is the CBOs, that they are regulated by the NGO Bureau through the municipal council, which gives them the autonomy. But you still require them to have certain assets in their name. So what do? You create trust deeds for them, okay? Now, if you create a trust deed, this is the authority that you have to go to. We have other line ministries. And line ministries is, I don't know, let me just pose a question. How many of you work with refugees directly? With refugees? Okay, so basically you've interfaced at least with Ministry of Internal Affairs, right? To make sure that you are not trafficking humans or refugees in and out of the country. And then you have others that deal with health issues. Definitely you go to the Ministry of Health. That is what that means. Then the UCC. I know quite a number of you also require official lines, telephone lines. You have to go to MTN, Airtel. Those are the service providers you have to get that from, but they're regulated by UCC. And they are also required to ask you for certain documents, okay? Resolutions, bylaws. If you don't have bylaws, you're an organization that was registered over 20 years ago. You don't have much of these documents ready or available for you. So how do you go about it? Creating a new bylaw for them. And then we have the other agency that is like DCIC, the Criminal Intelligence Department, CID. This one is going to come when you're applying for the workplace registration and when you're also renewing your permit. Mostly when you're renewing your permit, because they're the ones who will determine whether the activities you're doing are not against government ideologies. On that, I will let you know. I don't know if any of you got the list of 22 organizations that the NGO Bureau blacklisted last month, apparently with the members of the colors and the alphabet. So basically, see, these are the people who are responsible for finding out what it is you're doing, okay? And then we have the Uganda Police and the Electoral Commission. For the Uganda Police, I just want to mention that these ones are there to assist you when you have a case that you are reporting. You have employees who have perhaps stolen from your grants, or they have committed certain crimes, sexual assault, sexual harassment. So these are the people that you go to and report. And then the Electoral Commission, mostly for those who are in civil society space. I do not know if we have many civil society space organizations here, but by show of hands, if you're here, you're welcome. So let's go to the gist. What does URSB require? These are their major compliances. If you have any of these, then at least you can speak where you do not have something, okay? So what we're sharing with you is what risk do you have when you do not have any of these original ones? The first is obviously incorporation, and incorporation goes together with registration, okay? For incorporation, you have those that are local NGOs, the indigenous NGOs, but you also have some organizations that came into this country before 2016. 2016 is when the NGO Act came into play, okay? So before 2016, you had to be required to first register as a foreign company. It was not right, but there was no one with the regulatory bodies to explain that you should go directly to NGO Bureau and register. So you have that double registration. How do you comply with it as you deal with the element of whether to close the URSB status and retain the INGO Bureau status, or completely have them harmonized so that perhaps if in 1 year NGO Bureau changes its mind, you still have the foreign company status. Okay, and that is exactly what's happening with most international NGOs on the registration issue. And we have filing annual returns. How many of you have already filed annual returns for 2022? By show of hands. Then your accountants and auditors must be really good, because to submit annual returns, you have to have your auditor's report. It must be audited. And now they have requirements that you must have it signed in wet ink and stamped. Plus you get the auditor's certificate of registration and the previous permit of operation. Why? Imagine that. Because back then people were submitting their financial statements, which were done by the internal accountants. Not bad really, because if you've got a head office, let's say, or you have the board of directors, you've agreed on the figures, okay? But that does not work well with the bureau. They want it to be audited. And the requirement for wet ink signed auditor's report is something that we experienced just in December last year. So what more are they going to ask for the next year? The IDs of the persons who have audited? Who knows? It's very possible. It is very possible at this rate. And then we have filing financial statements. These are two different ones, and your returns will also be different, and financial statements are different. But if you see, you need your lawyers. I know we are legal counsel for some of you who are here, but we're also not legal counsel and yet to be legal counsel for those who are not our partners. So we look at your structure to URSB and determine whether you have to file annual returns or financial statements. Okay, either way, the compliance must be there. And then we have the recent one that Robert has touched on briefly, and he said the beneficial owner's information. The definition of who a beneficial owner was changed about 2 days ago, or at least was rubber stamped about 2 days ago during the training I attended. Because before that, it was the shareholders. And if you have filled that form in, I don't know if you've interfaced with it. On page 2, it asks you for the nature of control. And it goes ahead in brackets to say the beneficial owner is one who controls as a shareholder, you know, and then they're now saying, no, don't put a shareholder. Make sure you put someone who controls the organization's activities that is not registered in any of your documents. So how do you do that? And many of the organizations that rushed to file had filed with the previous form that they shared with us, okay? And they had complied. But unfortunately, as of 2 days ago, they have to now change that information and file and submit a new form, okay? So what do we say here? What's the risk here? The risk is if you do not comply, you'd rather comply with their wrong information or their not so sure information than not comply at all. Because it's easier to put them on spot that you said this, you shared this form, okay? And we complied with this one. Now that you have changed, can you not apply the penalties of non-compliance on us with a new form? That is the only risk you're looking at in your accounts, in your operations as an INGO, okay? So anyways, we go to the next. I think I've mentioned this. Perhaps one of the other things that are required, your attorneys should be able to tell you that you will be subject to certain penalties if you file most of these documents late. And normally what we do, we tell you, if you have a meeting today, notify your lawyers so that they know, they manage your timelines. You say, okay, fine. Have you gotten a resolution? Yes. If that resolution is filed at least before the expiry of 30 days, then that first thing will not be appearing. And so you have a client, you tell, your partner, you tell, can you please pay this, which will be taken for the penalty? And they say, no, but your fees were this much. Now you've multiplied, you see? So we have to, as Libra, we have to absorb that shock on your behalf and also explain to you why some of these things are applying. That way, we also advise you on how to comply on time. And even if you don't comply on time, how to manage and communicate with them, because we understand that you also have schedules from January to December, if that is your year of filing and operation. So most of these things are going to be submitted online. You will be required to have online presence. You have an account as an organization. You have someone who runs it. That particular person will also be subject to data protection. You see how they're related? If you don't comply here, they'll catch you somewhere else. That is the risk. So it's better to just comply. And if you do not know how to go about it, ask your counsel. They should be there to assist. Always attach IDs of the persons who are signing. That is one of the new requirements they want. Why? Because they still go back to the form, sometimes the old forms, not the new ones you filed, because they've not yet scanned them onto the portal, and they say so-and-so is not supposed to sign. And you say, but chief of party so-and-so left last year. But you have to have filed information to tell them that chief of party left and can no longer sign, you know? All powers of attorney, even if they've been registered or notarized abroad, where they're coming from, they still need to be registered as documents. So we go to NGO Bureau, and I touched a little bit about it in the previous opening remarks. So I will specifically deal with filing information request forms, okay? These forms, as of my engagement with the executive director last year, as we were still discussing how to help INGOs, he mentioned that these are required only when you're renewing your permit of operation, okay? But ordinarily, if you go and check with them, since sometimes you'd want to send your risk and compliance person to check whether you have complied with NGO Bureau, they will ask you for the Form 20 or certain forms that reveal who the directors are. And they say, but this person is not in our information request, in our database. So you have to file this IRF again. Okay, so you do not be comfortable thinking that since we are renewing our permit in 5 years, there's no need for us to file this IRF. Okay, we're dealing with changes internally where employees come and go, and NGO Bureau needs to know, and most importantly, for purposes of work permits for expatriates, and also for URA to determine, URA and NSSF to determine who is supposed to be remitting their funds or paying for their taxes. So I have mentioned this. There's no need for me to repeat, but I will go to the last part where I say that always keep copies of the documents you have submitted. Okay. When you go to NGO Bureau and you've submitted your compliance documents, they give you a receiving slip. That receiving slip is proof of compliance. Unfortunately, they don't stamp any of your other documents. This is their policy. Now you go with a lot of faith, knowing that the receiving slip is enough for you to prove ABCD until they tell you, but you did not give us this form, go back and get it. Now it's not you to put them onto the tight block that, please, you gave me a receiving slip and it proves that I gave everything. No, it is them who tell you you did not bring everything. And yet the contradiction is, we will give you the receiving slip once we confirm that you've given us all the documents. Imagine that dilemma. And if you have just onboarded someone new to handle that compliance, they'll come back wondering whether they're working with the right organization or they need to go back to their former employer where they resigned. There is another one which I've mentioned, the CID, and also attaching the DPO certificates. These two basically, they have come up because they are recent compliance requirements, and you risk not having your documents received or even been served if you do not attach the DPO certificate, which is the data protection certificate, and other certificates like the NSSF compliance, URA tax clearance certificate, and workplace registration certificates. We will deal with workplace registrations later because it's also another lion in the jungle that you need to fight. For those of you who have experienced the stress of getting recommendation letters, specifically for your immigration processes for expatriates, you know that getting a recommendation letter requires you to submit a ton of documents before you get that one letter. And then you also have to take it to Interpol for Interpol to also confirm that the person you brought to me is the same. Now you're wondering, if these people share information and it is online and uploaded, why would they ask me to repeat, to bring more documents, the same documents that I had? And so you communicate to your attorneys and ask them, we gave you the copies of these documents. Why are you asking for more documents? And for work permit applications, basically, these are documents that are coming outside the jurisdiction of the country. they don't need to be commissioned. They need to be notarized. That is an expense. And for many, legalese just, I mean, Moses warned us not to speak Greek, but we speak legalese. Commissioners and notary public are different, okay? You lawyers definitely want to hide this, but for us at Libra, we want to share it and tell you why we ask for certain documents and why we ask for particular certification. If we see the document is outside of this country or is coming from outside the country, it has to be notarized. So before the people from head office send those documents, please always advise them to notarize those copies, okay? And to be on a safe side for all of these compliances and the regulatory bodies, always have 3 original copies. 3, that's the minimum we work with, okay? Because it is easier to just give 1 to them and they will stamp the other 2. Your lawyers keep 1 set if you leave it for them. If you don't leave it to them, for us, we usually scan and say we have done our job. If they ever come back to us and they don't have this document, we can just print out and then go back to your RSB to certify at the partner's expense. And your accountants, when you go for those meetings, they ask you, should we reduce this budget? Should we reduce so-and-so's expenses? Or should we take all 5 employees in order to have their money onboarded on compliance? I want to deal with the MOUs, but I'm very sure that quite a number of you have complied with this, right? By show of hands, if you have at least heard about MOUs when you are transacting. Yes, thank God. Now that you know NGO Bureau is active, right? They send one thing and everyone starts flying, which is good. Now, these ones mostly are required when you're renewing your permits. But they're also required when you have your staff work in the fields. There are organizations that deal with implementing partners. But the implementing partners are also required to have memorandums of understanding with the districts. Now, at the district, the NGO Bureau has its own representative there. That's the person who also asks for another bulk of documents in order to give you that MOU. Some of them did not even have the training to draft these MOUs. If you have read some of these drafts they give, they also ask for some facilitation. When we come and you're training us, you should tell us what you're doing as an organization. And the RDC will come maybe with 4 other people. All of them will need some facilitation for that day. That per diem is really good. And if you've not seen it in your MOUs, then perhaps you're very good at deleting certain clauses in their MOUs, which is a good thing. However, you need them. If you're yet to renew your permits, for instance, renew your permits of operation, it's always good that you start at least hours as Libra. We advise at least a year before. Get all these other documents for the MOUs 6 months too. Okay, so that 6 months to the end of the expiry of your permit, you already have your entire set and you have complied well. Whatever is not available at that time can always be gotten within a month or 2. But if you wait for your permits to expire, I have very good information that it's very possible for you to have very many people whistleblow on you. And when someone whistleblowers on you, it is not only NGO Bureau that is coming through its monitoring and evaluation officer. They are going to also ask URA to come and do an audit on you. They will ask NSSF to come and do an audit on you. Then they will go and ask data protection. Why are you now collecting data without a permit of operation? Even if you already have a certificate of registration, can you imagine that? Like, you have the identity to be an NGO, but to operate as one also requires compliance, and there is a risk. So basically, that is it for for this, for the NGO Bureau. Let's look at immigration. I slightly touched on this. The TCC requirement when you're looking for recommendation letters, and most importantly, when you have expatriates that you would like to onboard and working in Uganda, you have to have a work permit. Now, the law says that you need to have your work permit before you come to work. How many of you? Honestly, you can, don't tell me, but you can keep it in your head, okay? I will stop there. You will need the work permit, okay? But that's where you need your lawyers to at least advise you, how can you be in this country legally without exposing your organization and still allow for your operations to continue and you're still obliging with the compliance requirement. I do not know, but I believe there are probably persons who are non-Ugandans here. And when you're making your work permit application, they asked you to prove that you are the right person for the job and that there is no Ugandan out of the 40+ million who qualify to do your job here. Imagine that. I mean, you have international NGOs. They may not necessarily have interests, but they also want to supervise, okay? To make sure that the people they send also comply with their funders' requirements. So you need to also know how to draft their contracts, what to do before you actually onboard them. And when immigration asks for that, proof of an availability of local expert in that position, you can say, well, 5 months, we advertised. We got many people, but no one was actually suitable for this. And then we got this other person. This person has 8 or 20 years of experience. You know, they're human beings. And that's the good thing we've discovered. Because at first you were thinking government is that side and we're in the private sector, let's fight. Now we've realized that engaging them and talking to them and telling them some of these shortcomings, of course, with legal counsel, they can easily understand each organization or applicant's situation. There is another giant that we have seen in the previous instructions, and that is how do you handle work permit cancellations? Someone says, this organization is not mine to work for. I'm exhausted, or maybe I need to return home for family issues. You want to have internal discussions and say, can we retain this person? Should we let them keep their work permit even if they're moving to the other organization? Those are things you sit down and discuss, but they have compliance requirements and risks as an organization. Because if you're found to have someone who has no work permit or who is no longer working with you, but the work permit is still seen in their records as functioning or running, it is a compliance issue for you. There are penalties. And you don't want this. We have experienced monitoring and evaluation officers doing their job from NGO Bureau just to check. I mean, it's just regular checking. Let's just see, do you have this? Do you have that? Oh, okay. According to our record, so-and-so coming from Czechoslovakia is supposed to be working as a program manager, but where are they? And they are not there. Perhaps they're in a different organization in the country. How are they working for someone else? What contracts do they have? What engagement do you have with them? Why is it that in our records, we know them for organization A, but we have seen them in organization X? Now you'll be blacklisted. That is how they discover, okay? So this is a very important thing when you have international employees, expatriates coming to work for you. It's a compliance requirement at the immigration, but it also goes to so many others because it will also reveal whether you have been paying NSSF. Have you been paying their payee if it applies? So it is important to comply and oblige because we are looking at the risk being penalty and being put on a red alert for government. As an INGO, we deal with very vulnerable people, but we also deal with a government that is on the constant check. Are these people doing what they say they are doing? That's why you see all these compliances are coming. So let us comply And when they come, we tell them, no, this one we did. If we didn't do this one, oversight. I love that word in the NGO world. That was an oversight. Okay. And then they give us at least 2 weeks to comply. You call your lawyer, like, please hurry, this one. Of course, the lawyer will say, give me this information. How fast do you need it? Also determines how much you'll pay for it. But it's better to do that than not do it at all and then risk many people who are depending on your organization, okay? So this one, basically, I just wanted to let you know that is one of those compliances. We give tax advisory, yes, and I heard BDO is also doing the same, I know, but it is also one of those things they ask for, right? I'm very sure this is where most NGOs have complied, or at least are trying to comply, because when they make an audit management, they go back years and years. If somebody worked for the NGO maybe in 2014, they know what they were doing for that NGO. But that NGO let me go and I used to be paid more money. Now I don't have money, I'm broke. Whistleblowers information. When the whistleblower says in 2014, they were non-compliant. Do you know what happens? The taxman comes and says, first give us your VAT, give us your pay. Give us your CIT. Just small things. I know it's routine check. That's what they do at URA, routine check. And then they ask you, can you give us your returns for 2014? If you've worked for that organization in that year and you knew about that, then you know someone did a whistleblower's information. How do you handle that? How do you manage those audits? That's where you need your auditors. You need the accountants to look at the figures, ask you, do you have A, B, C, D? Do you have something that can support what it is they're asking for? We've also experienced with URA that they are human beings. They may have onboarded young blood, but the principles have never changed, okay? So it is good to always seek your tax advisors' assistance for these compliances. I know many of you have, some of you would have issues and you'd want to object. Maybe there's a penalty like, this should not come. Maybe there's a principle like, no, this should not apply. Many of you have probably applied for tax exemption certificates, and I am not sure if there is one with one. But I'm very sure that there are many of you who have applied for it. But how long have you received any information since you received information from URA? How long? By law, as an NGO that is not for profit, that is your right. Tax exemption. You get a grant from somewhere to assist and do humanitarian work. And yeah, your US aid or UK aid or Irish aid, they will ask for tax exemption certificate because these are things that are available to them outside Uganda, okay? And it's very easy. Proof, you're given. Uganda, are you really an NGO? You know, are you buying certain products? Are you supposed to be doing ABCD? Should we categorize you as a foreign company that is deriving an income or not? All right. So anyway, that is a compliance you will have to also deal with internally. I've talked about NSSF, but one of the risk factors that we have experienced, and especially for organizations that hire many employees, and sometimes those who require services of persons that are not necessarily as educated for certain positions, but they offer assistance in, in the IDPs or refugee camps. I mean, translation, you just need someone who knows the language, okay? Then you just give them a service contract, but the bill is coming. That bill is requiring us, the employment bill. It is employment bill, yeah. It is requiring certain persons to be treated as employees for purposes of NSSF and for some purposes of URA tax returns. So how do you deal with those two? That compliance is coming, and it's coming on big. If you have service contractors, service contractors in a refugee camp. You've given them a contract for a particular period. The law says 4 months, and then you have to give a contract of employment. You're wondering, but this is not an employee. They're giving me a service. What do? I still need to keep them. They need the 500K per month, or I'm being generous, they're 150,000 per month. Should I let them go? But I can't make them an employee, because on 100,000, I will still need to pay, VAT, payee. I will still need to account for LST if they're in a certain environment. All of these come with certain other compliances, and they are decisions that you have to make when you know what it is that your entity has to comply with. And we've noticed that if you have remitted your NSSF on time, you don't really have major issues, because this always comes out when one of your disgruntled employee goes to labor office, and they are asking, you did not submit my NSSF for September 2021. It is their entitlement. So you go back and you realize the accountant did not put it there. Okay, we will give this. And then they'll ask for their contract of service and the contract of employment, and they're wondering whether you are not supposed to pay a certain amount at NSSF. Oh, by the way, my contract still says I'm supposed to earn 1 million, but after 2 years, you increased and didn't give me an addendum. An addendum, that is to show me that now I'm no longer earning 1 million, I'm earning 1.2. Because 1 million and 1.2 has the same principle, different figures. Okay. So the data protection, we have dealt with that briefly. I just go directly. It is mandatory. You should be having it by now. It is a very easy application process. But also note that although they say annual, some people may have that their annual, their books of record or accounting, if it's June, July, or if it is January, December, it is that from the day that you receive that registration certificate, you count 12 months. That is when you're obliged, you're supposed to comply and renew it, okay? It is still 100,000, so hopefully they will maintain it at that, plus bank charges. Otherwise, who knows? So we go to FIA. I have already credited them for being very fast. They're very effective. I've applied and submitted reports for our partners, and their response record is way better than URSB, okay? So you know that at least when you make the submission, you will receive confirmation of compliance, and you take that off your compliance list. It is also an annual reporting. Last year, we engaged them. That report was 37 pages long. I know there are people who do not have that patience for even 1 page. So you have in your JD, you're supposed to comply FIA, and you need to read a document of 37 pages. So they listened to us somehow and took away 10 pages. We now have 27 pages. Sometimes it's still the same information. Some of it is not applicable to you, but you still have to write it there. Because should it happen that someone whistleblows to URA and there is a figure you did not communicate to them about, or there was a payment that happened behind closed doors, okay? Those oversights, and they come back and they say, where did that money go to? Then the anti-money laundering guys come to you, and you will have an issue, because that means they're going to call counterterrorism police. You don't want them in an area where you're serving beneficiaries who are probably afraid of soldiers or looking at a gun, looking at uniforms like that. And they come, they're actually very smart. I love how smart they are. They come in their black and they're, they're always having their, they hide their faces and have all these gloves, and they enter your office and they say, fungua mlango. That means close the door, okay? Sorry, open the door. And then once they're in, funga mlango. Close the door. That's the language they know. I love it, but that's the language we know. Okay. And then they're going to go to the offices and they ask, where is the accountant? See, they don't even ask the structure of your organogram, who handles what. They know they're coming for the accountant. And if it is an INGO, they are coming for the chief of party and country director. Now imagine the face of your organization whisked. It's one of those things that in my other life as a human rights activist, I always wanted to fight against that inhuman degrading of persons, you know, dropping them onto, in Uganda, they call them kabangalis. Now I think they call them drones, and then shoving them in there, but they're doing their job. They've received a tip. So how do you help them not come to your door? You comply with FIA. And if you're not sure about a certain section in their report, you ask your lawyers. Sometimes NGOs want to over-comply and disclose so much. I have met one risk and compliance officer here. I've already told them in the closed doors outside that he said something when we were meeting them, and it was a very good thing because I knew then that he knew what he was doing, okay? Because if you reveal too much, you're opening up a Pandora box. Why do you reveal what they've not asked you for? You're already complying. You're not doing anything illegal. Why would you try to create a situation that you're doing any illegal activity? And if you've discovered there's an illegal activity, you know whom to go to. You have a matrix within the organization. Then go and ask your lawyers on retainer, or maybe give them an ad hoc engagement and ask, Libra, did we do something right here? What can we do? Who do we send? Who do we talk to? That is how you handle compliance. Of course, there's a penalty for non-disclosure, but what is not there, there's no need to disclose it. Why would you disclose something that is not there? So I spoke briefly about workplace registrations, and I know that many of you going forward, you're going to go back and in your meetings, you will discuss this. If you're working in an office where you're more than one, that is yourself, and specifically for all employees and all employment spaces, but mostly now for NGOs, because you are having many people coming to your premises, you need to have this. And I always say that because there are so many delays, we're dealing with Ministry of Gender. There's an application we made and it's been 2 years. They've never even responded to us. Never. But I know if they ever come, there is proof of payment, because it shows the partner took the diligence to go and comply. It is you, the regulatory body, that has taken long to respond. That is a better situation to defend than we don't know about that. Amma, which law is that? Okay, it's better. So how do you ensure compliance? We say, please stay informed of the law. I know there are many partners who engage me. Sometimes there is an over-engagement and you're like, can we have a discussion at least in 2 days where I give you 1 hour and we talk about this in detail? Because it will not make sense to just tell you, hey, bring the document, let me send you a draft, sign, and and let's file it. I want to let them know what it is they are writing, what it is they are submitting. That is the only way to protect that partner. So if you know what it is required, then it is very possible to comply with it, okay? And what we have shared with you right now as Libra, it is what we know is very important for you to work and even give interviews to any government office. Maintain an official file. Robert hinted on it briefly. Last year, as we were also having an internal discussion in our meeting, how do we help our partners comply and make it easy for them so that they also make it easy for us? When you're handling over 10 compliances for just one partner, it can be overwhelming. Sometimes many of the people who are handling the compliance on your side, like you mentioned, they are just dealing with employee contracts. And that's the best they can do because that is their job description. That is their experience. You don't blame them. But then now they have to think about data protection. What does that mean? Who is supposed to be the accounting person? Who is the money laundering control officer? The MLCO. what is Form 1, Form 3 with data protection, FIA. Those are things that they ask for. And it's important that at least when you have a focal person and for files or folders for each one of these compliances, it is easy to follow up. Okay, so that with, we are in employment, in the employment arena, you are never sure whether you're going to be in the same employment unless you own the business. Even when you own the business, you can recuse yourself and step away. Okay, so there's a possibility that when you step away, someone else is going to do the job because it has to continue. Serving beneficiaries has to continue. So you need, the files, and they will help you know that we have complied up to 2022. And that we're also, we are partners in this. We may be attorneys, we may be tax advisors, we may be accounting advisors, but also we know that that is our way of serving or giving to the cause that you are serving. So basically, we know that if we help each other, then even us, we have helped a child in Kyangwali or in Bidibidi, it's easy. So please maintain these official files. Make sure that once you have finished that particular compliance, you tick it off. And whenever you finish compliance, start on the next year's compliance, because the information that will be required for the next compliance is to be started or to be retrieved from the beginning of the last date when you filed. Okay. So I mentioned, this is the last thing, I think, review your organization records to ensure that all the necessary documents have been filed with the different regulatory bodies. Another thing that we didn't put there, it is important for all of you to go back and discuss this. Create a budget for compliance. In as much as you may have perhaps legal counsel on retainer, legal counsel will charge professional fees, but they will also charge disbursements. They're doing their job to assist you, but also if you do not factor it in, it may seem like the lawyers are taking a lot of money. And yet, these are things that come to you when you need them and you have to fast track. So we help each other, okay, by complying on time and also having a budget specifically allocated to compliance. You know that we have to do data DPO. If we need to certify it, there's this particular amount we probably need to have in our budget, because I know auditors tell you that we do audit confirmations. We say, no, we do not demand from them as at that date, but it is some money that you have to keep in your record or in your budget that this particular figure, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, it is to go to compliance and advisory. Okay. I believe I have exhausted for now what I should be sharing with you. I thank you very much for being a good audience. Robert will give a closing.
Thank you so much, Grace. And how my burden has been lightened. Ordinarily, I should have been the one giving that presentation. Now, I remember when I was speaking at the beginning, I indicated that we no longer call you clients, call you partners. But then Grace, when she was talking about fees, then I said, how do you now give fees to partners? So I've been sitting there thinking about, what do we actually what should we call our invoices? Should we call them contributions? So I think for us it is important. And the last point is where I want to concentrate, what she meant about budgets for compliance. I know I've worked with the non-for-profit sector for a while, and everything is about budget. Most of these things come unexpected, and they tell you comply now. But you've already submitted the budget to the donor. And or some of those issues were compliance issues that you didn't comply with for the past years. And then, of course, those donors have also pulled out. Those budgets are not available. So if there are penalties, if there are fines, I don't know where that money will come from. So this is something that constantly we've had conversations about those contributions, which usually they look at as fees, but we call them contributions. All these discussions that we are having about our contributions, the team from your side is saying, but Robert, this wasn't in the budget. So it is important in such avenues that I tell you that, please, as a plea from your partner, please, let's have a budget that is flexible so that we are in position to comply, because this is a serious issue and we need to always comply. At Libra, we say, get it right the first time. That is why in most cases, for me, when I receive these emails, comply like this, do this, but the team comes to me and they're saying, Robert, we need to file. I ask them, okay, can you first engage these authorities? Can you engage them? Find out the questions that they have not put in the circular. Because I've learned, being in Uganda, you can go to the immigration offices. There is a list of all the requirements that you will need to apply for your work permit. So I keep seeing clients always engaging us to apply on their behalf, yet the requirements are there. So there are always these details that are never written down on the board. There is even an online platform where there are drop downs that attach this, attach that, attach this. But I can assure you, when you try to do it, you get what they call a deferral. They will defer your application and say you haven't complied with ABCD. And you yet those other nitty-gritties, they have not put them on the what? On the list of documents that are important. So I always encourage my team, go and speak to the authorities, make sure they give you the things that are not written down. What is it that they want? How do they want this information to be represented? And for us, that is important. There are situations where an organization was asked to change its registration status to a continental organization. When they did, they later on when they went there, another officer told them, now, but you are an international organization. So you go through another application to change your status back to an international organization. And that is why we always want to engage first before we come and even have these engagements. For the past 3 days, we've been talking to URSB about beneficial owners information. And you could see if probably Grace has been communicating with you, the information now that she's requesting for us is different, because this has just happened 2 days ago. Changes just happen. So increase the budgets for us. The budgets for contributions, please, let us support each other as partners. I don't like to be called a vendor. What do they call them? Vendors, suppliers. Usually you come up with those names and I usually feel offended. I say, but you know, I'm a partner. I am not a vendor. I am not a supplier. What am I supplying? I'm in that position where I help you comply and be able to continue doing the good work that you are doing in the country. Thank you so much. Probably this will be my last remark, my closing remarks before we go for the question and answer session. Thank you so much, BDO, our partners in this symposium. We are happy that we got a partner that understands the sector that we want to reach out to. And we are glad that this has been a success. I'm happy about the numbers. Keep the engagements coming through. We want to listen to the questions. You may not have enough time to answer all those questions, but in that other session of lunch please put those questions to us. We may defer others and send some partner engagement letters so that we continue with the conversation. But thank you so much for those who have attended, those ones who have attended virtually. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't introduce the team. We are a bigger team, not as big as video, but we are a bigger team. 7 advocates. We have another consultants in the tax department. My team sat behind, I don't know why, Pamela. Pamela has worked so much. She's always at immigration. You can find her at immigration offices, NGO bureau offices, usually also that police department for Interpol. She's always there. Gloria is also there, client relations. Aggress, you've listened to her. Paul is a new partner. We were joined with Paul from Shonobi Msoke. He used to head the litigation department in Shonobi Msoke Advocates. So over the years, we've seen an increase in appetite to litigate. Most partners on the other side that you either are supplying to you items, they are now suing you. Everyone wants to sue. And usually we realize that we needed to respond to protect the interests of these organizations. And that is why we asked Paul to come and join us with a lot of experience. He has litigated both from the lowest court, okay, not the LC court, but from the lowest court in the magistrate court to the Supreme Court. So he has a wealth of experience, and we believe that will benefit you, our clients, and those ones who wish to be our partners. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for the team from Libra. The team from Libra, thank you for sparing time to speak to your partners without asking for a contribution. And again, we can all agree that compliance is quite a thing. I saw my neighbor here flip pages while writing, and I whispered to Kenneth and told him maybe now we need to consider sharing the recording for this session. Yeah. So that said, we are going to be sharing a recording for what we've had. You're nodding heads. I wish you had said earlier. So we're going to be sharing this. My only hope and prayer is that you've registered the right email with us and with the right handwriting. That's also very key. I know people that write like doctors when they're accountants. So my hope is that you've written those right. If you have, then we'll be sharing with you that recording. Grace, Robert, can I ask that you take the front seats? Now, we've seen that compliance is quite a bit. And would you like Paul to join you? Paul, you want to litigate? An opportunity for you to contribute to the partners. All right, he'll respond from here. So we've had, it's been a lot, and I know that we might have questions here and there. This is the time for you to ask your partners these questions without getting your budget for contributions raised. Do we have questions? Okay, this is one. Preference would be taking 3. Do we have another question? All right. As the others think, you can ask your question.
Thank you so much, Agris, for that very elaborate and very good presentation. My name is Eliud Twesije. I work for International Rescue Committee. Mine is just a comment. I'm now getting it clear why I went 2 days back. I went to NGO Bureau to file a return, and I was being asked to present stamped audit reports. And then I was wondering, because some of us who work for international organizations, it's very hard to have those audit reports stamped. I would have most of the reports in country would not do statutory audits, but would have our reports done in New York or in Washington or wherever our home office is. And the audit reports do not have stamps. Even when we do project reports, audits, like BDO, they are auditors on our one of our UNFPA projects, but they've never stamped our audit reports. So I'm wondering if I'm wondering if they engage you in these discussions such that we're able to explain that in this space of NGOs, it's very hard to have audit reports stamped. So probably a request is that probably you engage, and then we see how we can have that supported. My second point is on Financial Intelligence Authority. I've been fighting that for like last 3 years, but I always find that I'm glad I was seeing some of the things being reduced, but still a lot, very complicated. So, it has not been very clear, especially when it comes to compliance audits. You go to KPMG, I didn't know about you before. They tell you, they move around, they tell you it's not clear, we don't know what to do. And when you come to that report, you don't know what to write. So my request is that can we have this kind of sensitization meetings with you? And not only, I'm happy you have meetings with country directors, but can we have country directors and other people who do the work? We take us through some of these things the way URA takes us through some of those. You take us through, tell us about this, and then it's going to be very helpful for us. Thank you so much. Elliot Twist, International Rescue Committee.
Thank you. A friend of mine was once telling me, when you're at a conference like this and you're asking for questions, you only need one bold person to ask the first question and the rest will flow. Now I can confirm. Please ask your question.
Hi, thank you, BDO and Libra, for this. It was really informative. I have maybe 2 questions. Before the 2 questions, thank you very much for emphasizing the budgets on compliance. I hope I hope the directors we have here had. So anyway, my question is on the beneficial owners. When we saw the notice on that, it wasn't quite clear on who actually is a beneficial owner and how does that affect NGOs, because my understanding of it is that it wouldn't affect us, but I saw that still in the same notice, NGOs were sort of coopted in, so I would like to know more about that. And then also on the compliance, annual compliance of the DPO office, their financial year is the same as government. Does that mean that if you're to comply, the annual compliance report, you comply to their financial year or our financial year? Thank you. Sorry, I'm Sandra. I work with MTI as the Risk and Compliance Officer.
Thank you, Sandra. The directors from MTI, I hope the message has arrived. Please ask your question.
I work with MJAP as Director of Financial Management and Operations. My name is Florence Chitaka. I understand the importance of compliance, and I want to appreciate BDO and Libra for this symposium. Thank you. My question goes to Robert. Is Libra available to conduct individual organization sensitizations? Because different organizations are set up differently. So I would want to know if you are available to, for example, come down to our organizations and have a robust sensitization. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Florence. I see that we have a couple of questions. So I'm going to request that we take these 3 for now, and then we take the next round of questions. So I'll start with you, Robert.
Thank you so much, Moses. Usually I want to start with the last question, Florence. Definitely, like I indicated, we are partners. And these partnerships can go as far as going down to the grassroots, going to where you're located, visiting your both head offices, but also regional offices up country. We can always come and be able to sensitize these organizations on compliance. Of course, there may be some contributions here and there, but as Libra, we are available to extend our partnerships and continue. And of course, this goes to even coming up with having more of these symposiums. This is one way of reaching out to organizations in a group and discuss these issues. But I agree, going to have these conversations in your own boardrooms may actually be more beneficial on an individual perspective. With regard to stamped financial statements, we're always having challenges with the auditors. Usually we are supposed to work so well together, but usually they have questions they ask. Usually when I look at their audit confirmation letters, I'd be asking myself, why are these people asking for me to confirm whether this case will be successful, give percentages of success, percentages of failure. Sometimes I call Kenneth and I ask, but Kenneth, the suit has just been filed. We have just submitted a defense. How will I come up with a percentage of whether we shall win or we shall lose? So there are always conversations, but these conversations usually are for those clients where we share an auditor, where we, as an organization, your auditors, and we are their lawyers, we are able, whenever they ask for something, we're able to communicate to the auditors. And I'm sure they've been documents that have been sent back to the auditors for stamping and filing so that we can be able to file. So we communicate to them and explain to them why it is needed in that kind of format. And once they receive those communications from us, they are able to stamp those documents. I agree. Many of the organizations do not do local audits. And therefore that became a challenge, I think, last year, because we cannot keep filing financial statements, what they call management reports. So they require audited financial statements. Probably just to encourage you to give business to local auditors. I know there are auditors in the US, in the UK, but let us also support our local auditors in Uganda to be able to conduct these audits. I think Grace can answer the other two questions.
Mr. Twesigye, perhaps to add a little bit on that, head offices always want to control your audits, because they are the ones who fund and they want to ensure that you have used the funds for what it is you said you will use it for, okay? But for purposes of complying for the Uganda office, you're going to have to notify them that please separate or isolate this audit for the Uganda budget and create its own statement, okay? And when you're sending it, help us and notarize it. That is easy. Make sure you give us stamped documents, because when the documents come to Uganda, I'm sure you use DHL. That is a cost, an expense you probably wouldn't want to incur, but NGO Bureau does not know that your audits are handled a head office. They only know that you're operating in Uganda, the services are in Uganda, so the auditing has to be done in Uganda. So let's manage their expectations as well as our internal operations. And as we are assisting them to assist us as well, then we know that within our own policies internally, we have accommodated some of those eventualities, okay? For the physical appearance that you mentioned, still, I just want to add this. You see, as Libra, we do not send a clerk. We are probably one of those law firms who don't have a clerk. If it requires the managing partner to go to NGO Bureau and ask, he will go. If it requires anyone, myself or any other associate to go and ask, they will go. Last year, when we engaged the executive director, it was also through joint effort with a partner because they were also being confused, So when we engaged the executive director, a very receptive gentleman, he also clarified certain things. So it is important for us to always have physical appearance. I know many of us now want to go from analog to digital, but we're still in Uganda. Many of these things require personal engagement with them. And when you explain to them and tell them, well, we call our documents such and such a name, you wouldn't have someone from BDO telling you, no, maintain the accounting name. So if NGO asks for this, it is better you hear it from them physically than just an email. It only has to be followed by an email for confirmation and also for managing internal policies. And then you said the FIA is very complicated. I agree with you. I read through the previous documents before 37 pages. I can assure you they were longer than 37 pages. And Robert always makes fun of me reading 100 pages with every comma, because I know the devil is always in the detail, okay? That's training. In last year, because of the engagement we had with them, they reduced what they believe applies to Uganda's situation. But that was after they had also collected data from different organizations and realized that this particular compliance, it does not apply to any entity within our jurisdiction. So we strike it off. They're using templates from international treaties where so many of these compliances are required, okay? So if we keep on engaging them and telling them that maybe 4 pages of this compliance of the annual report does not apply to Uganda's situation now, they will be able to listen and make adjustments. And they've always done that. They listen, okay? We will continue to engage them. Sandra, you asked 2 questions and you were wondering about the beneficial owners information with NGO status. Let us appreciate that sometimes NGO statuses change at all times, okay? This is not necessarily a new compliance requirement. It's been there, but I always advise other clients or other, partners. The law is always there. Now, until the regulations come to play, okay, the obligation or the mandatory obligation to comply usually is not followed with strict adherence, okay? So when the regulations come in, we definitely have to comply because the regulations will tell us exactly what we will be reporting. They will give us samples of the formats that they prefer to use when we are reporting. So whereas the interpretation of a beneficial owner was different from what we now know 2 days ago, it still is okay to comply. If you had complied under the previous information form, that is okay. There is what we call Plan B. There was Plan A with the wrong form. Plan B has come with a revised document. You can file it. The beautiful thing is with the beneficial owner's information, it is not charged stamp duty. Perhaps if you're giving disbursements for transport to submit them because they require physical copies, okay? But they are not charging stamp duty for it. So that's a good thing. So do not get tired, please. If you're re-engaged and their interpretation of beneficial owner changes next week, please be open to that. And then the data protection and your compliance, I would strongly advise that when you return, please have an internal policy on how you control sharing data. It is very important. Even if it's a 1-pager, all people who are employed by your organization will need to know. It will be part of the attachment on their dossier as they onboard or as you change their employment contracts, things of the sort. Why? Because it will apply to them as well. Within the data protection laws, if you have revealed information you're not supposed to reveal, you're in problems. But it's not only you, even the employer who employs you, okay? So create the policies and it will be very easy for you to report. Once you have the report, then you already know within the year of filing, you already know what it is you're going to submit. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. My name is Rachel. I work with Set Free Life Ministries in Bulova. I just have a few questions, like 2. I would like to inquire if you have not complied for the last maybe 5 years, do you have to go back and comply for all the years, or you can start from where you are and go forward? And then how can you help an organization that was registered with NGO Bureau and not URSB? For example, you register and you think that is the end, and you do not know you're supposed to continue and do with URSB. By the time you go back, your name was taken, and something called name reservation. How can you help such an organization? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, team. Thank you so much, Libra and BDO, for giving us this opportunity to benefit from your knowledge in accounting and legal services as your partners for free. We truly appreciate that. And of course, giving us free meals on a Friday. Thank you. Now, my questions are two, and they relate to beneficial owners information. This symposium is quite timely because we've been receiving all this information on various platforms, and I believe the deadline is 11th Feb. I just wanted to get an understanding on the form for beneficial owners information. Is it supposed to be filed per individual? For example, if a person is a shareholder or a beneficial owner in 3 companies, do they file per company, or do they file one form with information for all the 3 companies? Or do you have one form and include the details for all the beneficial owners for the various companies? It would really be helpful to understand how it works, whether it's per individual and their respective ownership in the various companies, or it's per company. The other critical information that you can share with us on that is whether we can be able to file this information online or it's in hard copy. Thank you. My name is Marjorie Naluboa, and I work with Mildmay Uganda as an audit manager.
Okay, thank you so much, Grace. My name is Esau from medical teams. I have 2 questions. One is on the workplace registration. I know that there's some different NGOs do different things, but there are, for example, in the health sector and education sector, someone could have an office in Naguru, 6 field offices in Barara, Jumani, Arua, and then even beyond that, they have 20 locations. They have 20 schools where they're providing service in the refugee camp, 20 health facilities where they're providing service. So what is the definition of a workplace in that scenario? And how many registrations are you required to do? Then 2, I would like to get clarity. I know the recent amendment, the NGO Act, now categorizes NGOs to local, national, international, foreign, even some are synonyms of each other. So can you clearly give us a clear distinction between these requirements you're discussing? How are they different depending on your categorization of that NGO? Yeah, thank you.
Like Esau's team said, he always has a question or comment. So we will, in the interest of time, we will have one more question to balance it up. Okay, 2 more to balance it up, and Robert, you'll possibly take half of those and address the other half. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Geoffrey Nwamanya from PACE. I note that Libra, you've also been dealing on tax. And my question is in a way of seeking your experience, exposure, or what you feel about securing income tax exemptions for NGOs. What's the expectation or the requirement is that these NGOs should have the income tax exemption that should be renewed regularly. So first of all, how has it been easy for you to secure the income tax exemption for your clients first time? Secondly, how has it been easy for you to secure the renewals as and when those exemptions expire? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kasubo Harriet. I work with National Association of Women Organizations in Uganda. Our name is too long, call us NAU. Yes, my question is about FIA. There are transactions we are supposed to report almost on a daily basis. You make payments. Requesting you give us more details of those transactions. What do I report? When do I report? Which threshold do I report? Because like when it
issue about where you hadn't complied for many years and you've realized probably today, you've realized that you needed to comply. I would advise that it is important to go back and comply. But also depending on how many years you've been in existence. Because at the end of the day, I've seen URSB requesting us to file annual returns for the last 10 years. So it is important that you do it voluntarily before they force you to do it. Many times we look at this and we can have these conversations about compliance issues, and we think government just wants us to give our information to them. I think it is just standard. For me, I'm always thinking, what exactly do they want? And for me, it is important to understand motivation. Motivation is collection of data. So do you believe they get this information and just keep it and store it and don't use it for anything? So it is important that you comply. I think like 2 or 3 years ago, there are some, I think there were mostly civil society organizations that were, whose permits, NGO permits were cancelled and they were told to close. I think they went to court and were able to get a ruling in their favor. But you can see that they had to go to court to challenge that decision. But all that, within that time, the activities probably could have been disrupted. The beneficiaries were not able to receive whatever they were providing. So it is important that you do what you are meant to do. If you realize today, and that's why we are talking about, no one is here is talking about, if you go to know about this, start today, going forward. No. I think in compliance, you can't look at things like that. You can't have not filed income tax returns for the past 5 years and you expect that nothing will happen. You are sitting dark. At one point, for purposes of either applying for work permits, you will require NGO to recommend that expatriate. They're going to bring out these compliance issues. There are times where even for applying for a work permit, they have told us to first put in the information request, because you've been probably, you've submitted financial statements that talk about different people. So they have told us to bring information to update what is on record. So it's important. I will advise that it's important you go and comply backwards. For the other question that you raised about your registration with the NGO Bureau, but you hadn't registered with the URSB. I think for that I don't think we can be able to give exhaustive answer to that. It is important to just look at the registration documents. So if you have an opportunity, we can still partner with you and look at your documents and be able to advise in depth, because it is important to look at how were you registered, when were you registered, because you are looking at 2016 NGO Act, 2012 NGO Act, those had different requirements. So it is important. The requirement for you to register with URSB came in the 2016 Act. Previously, people would just go straight to the Bureau and register. So it is important to look at those details. I'm not in position to answer that. Workplace registration. And I don't know whether you've figured out why government probably wants you to register with the workplace, to register your workplace. I have had, I've attended a mediation at the labor office, and the person accusing our partner at that point for unlawful termination said they had not even registered. Their workplace is not registered. I've had issues where we are mediating, and the person, what they are complaining is that they got a health issue while at the workplace. And now you're also not registered. Your workplace is not registered. These are risks that you may not see. I'm sure they take, what we are paying is 200,000 for a workplace registration certificate. But you see, when you are now litigating, someone gets an accident, falls off a chair while in office, falls off a chair and hurts themselves. Workplace registration is about ensuring, and that is why they come and look at the workplace itself, whether ventilation, whether you have fire extinguishers, where you have all these items to make sure that the place is safe for the employees. So there is a risk. Your insurer can reject. They haven't started using it, but if I was representing an insurer and something happened, I can say, but you are not even registered. How should we pay? You didn't comply with the laws. So there are things that we take on the face. But when you are now having a problem, it can be a real issue. So when it comes to workplace registration, you're looking at every place that you've chosen to do business, to provide your services, and you've called it to your office. That is a workplace. You cannot treat it anywhere because you have to, you are paying a landlord for it. That's a workplace. So my view is that you have to register each and every location. I do not know how many you have, but you have to 70 times 200,000. That is where I keep saying, increase the budgets for the what? Increase the budgets for compliance. I think if we are to take away anything from this symposium, is you go back and tell this senior management team that Libra and BDO have requested that we increase the budget for compliance. The gentleman from PES, you asked about the income tax exemption. It is a requirement, first of all, as a charitable organization by law, all your incomes are exempt by law. However, there is a procedure of how URA is able to review your documentation to confirm that you are charitable. I think the first thing is to have an NGO permit, because that is what really, for the beginning, you have to have an NGO permit so that you can say that you're a charitable organization. So by law, your incomes are not supposed to be taxable, income tax. However, the law provides that you have to get that certification from URA. Now, it's a difficult process, I agree. I've just received 2 exemption certificates last year, but they were for the year ending. So you imagine you receive it in November 2022 for covering January 2021 to December 2022. So it means that in January, you're going to do another application, which will take, and that application, we filed it in 2021. So the issue is for you comply, the guarantee on when URA will issue that certificate is not really something that you can be confident that you get it in a month or 2 months, but comply and apply and keep answering the questions and keep engaging the officers, and they actually are able to issue those certificates. So it is important that you apply. This applies to, there's no difference between really new applications and renewals, because all of them are treated the same way. Usually the advice I give to clients is that if you have just entered the market and you have just registered, you apply immediately. Because if you look at your application at that point, there's not much information to review. But now if they are looking at complete 2 financial years, they are going to audit you, they're going to carry out compliance checks to ensure that if there is any tax that would have been paid in those 2 years, you pay it before they issue with a certificate. So if you have just entered the market, you make that application, because ideally they are meant to issue it. So most of the people who apply at the beginning, or once you received your NGO permit, go and apply, engage them. The information is not much for them to refuse. But usually the length of time happens because the delays happen because of the compliance checks. Whenever they realize there is a tax, the ledger doesn't, their figures in your tax ledger, they go back and recheck and make sure that you pay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert.
Grace?
Yes. I would like to start with Harriet. Harriet, your question was with regards to what transactions do you report and when do you report them to FIA? The obligation to report any transaction that you're suspicious about is immediate, okay? However, how would you know that it is suspicious? It's coming from wrong sources, it's going to wrong sources, or sources you do not know. You do not know that, right? You do not have confirmation. And as policy, as NGOs, you always have to have an investigation. In some of these investigations we've seen, people come from head office to ask, where did this money come from? Where did it go? Are we exposing ourselves to risk? What is going on? So before you report, you need to have proof, because you need to also protect yourselves, whether it is coming from inside so that you know exactly the person that is responsible for it, or it's coming from outside and you definitely know how to attend to it, okay? So the obligations basically come at the end when you're doing an annual report. But if it's a transaction that you're very much suspicious about and you don't want it to darken your organization or cause some suspicion or put a red alert on your organization, immediately constitute an investigating panel. Go after the money, look for the source, okay? And once you know that it is not you, you already have your defense. Then report to FIA. At the end of the year, when you're filing your annual report, there is a section in there where they require you to disclose whether you've had any suspicious activity in that year of filing, okay? Then you always mention it. You either say, C, complied, okay? And hopefully you say complied, because it means you will attach a document that proves that you did an investigation, you proved it was not from you, you reported to them. Now it's their responsibility to report to government and ask the responsible authorities to go after that suspicious activity, okay? Because if you say D did not comply, then you're in trouble. And yet it is within your reports, your internal reports, and you did not report it. You would rather have C or NA than D, when it comes to FIA reports. Sorry, I hope I was still audible even before then. Okay, so there are three answers that you respond on an FIA report. You have C, you have D, you have NA, meaning NA not applicable. You don't, when you report at the end of the financial year, when you're giving your annual report, I believe FIA likes to see C or no, not applicable. Where it sees D, it's going to wonder, so if you know this obligation fell on you, why did you not do it? What happened? Was it because you are hiding something, or you are limited by the red tape within your organization? Okay, you'll still have to give that explanation. I hope I've answered your question on that. And then Marjorie, you asked a question on beneficial owners information. When we were having the training a few days ago, maybe 2 or 3 days ago, there were over 500 participants on that Zoom call. That shows how much confusion has been in the open. Okay, and when I was giving the presentation, I mentioned that there was a first form they shared. Robert mentioned that I also practice in Kenya, where I give advice of counsel, and their form is extremely easy. They looked at their situation. They have seen the areas where they need to comply, and for them it's very easy. It's very simple. But ours was a bit difficult. Even the explanation on who a beneficial owner is was confusing. I will quote Patricia Opoka. She said, mention the names of the persons who do not appear on any of your organization documents that are registered, okay? But these persons, individuals, not legal entities, individuals, have control, whether it is 1% or 0.01%, they have control on the operations and the decisions that you have as an organization. So let's say you are an indigenous NGO, you obviously are obligated to first register at URSB, okay? As a company limited by guarantee. You have disclosed who your members are. They do not want them, apparently, because within your forms for URSB, you have already disclosed who they are. But if there is an individual who controls the decisions and the operations of that entity, and they are nowhere to be found or seen on the documents, those are the ones they are looking for in the new form that they shared. Okay, like I mentioned, it beats our understanding as well with the explanation of who a beneficial owner is if they leave that explanation in brackets at page 2 of the form, but it is better to comply per their advice than not comply at all. The second part of that question was, if a person is a beneficial owner in more than one entity, do you have to comply with one form, or do you have to have several? All entities have registration numbers that are identical to them. Company A is 800, 2005, blah, blah. Those the numbers they give to an entity is different from a different company. Okay, you have, I will use an example, Green Children Company Limited, okay, and Blind Eyes Company Limited. If you're a beneficial owner in either of them, you will file 2 documents because one belongs to Green Children and the other one belongs to the second entity. So if you are a beneficial owner in 100 NGOs, 100 entities, they will expect 100 forms. Okay, and each beneficial owner is given their own form. You do not just, of course, I think some of them have been added as in one capacity, where the previous form, they were requesting for all of them, and then you are to give the percentage of control, whether it is direct or indirect or unknown, and then you give explanation. But in this new one, everyone is getting their own, at least to be on a safe side. The third part of that question was, is it an online filing or physical filing? For now, it is a physical filing. And according to the process, you take your 3 copies. They will stamp those 3 copies, retain 1 and give you back 2. And then you will keep your two for record purposes. But when we submitted some of them yesterday, we were given a receiving slip. That receiving slip has the name of the company for which you are submitting the form, okay? And then they tell you come back 2 days, 3 days later for the other 2 copies, which is not a bad thing because perhaps right now they're overwhelmed with stamping. And so they probably want to manage the many applications that are being submitted or filed before deadline, which is tomorrow. I cannot confirm that they've extended that deadline because their circular said 11th, which is tomorrow, but I believe that they will be lenient because during that training, we requested them to extend it, given that the change in the information they had given us on where beneficial owner is came a little later. And for those that had previously submitted or complied, need to now go back and ask their management, their boards of directors, boards of directors, who is the beneficial owner for this. Some of this information is not readily available, okay? You will have people who are members, but behind them are persons who are controlling them. They don't want to mention that, but now the obligation has come out. So you don't know it, you ask management. I believe we've exhausted the questions. Thank you very much for engaging us. Shalom.
All right, thank you so much, Grace and Robert. You may take your seats. Now, before we go for lunch, it's just 2 things. We have a comment from Humphrey online, and he asks, are we going to get certificates for attending this event so we can claim CPDs? I'll say with Kenneth's approval, it's a yes. Subject to your handwriting, right? If you wrote your email correctly, you'll receive your certificate. Can you rewrite? Yes, please speak to the ladies at the registration table. You should have an opportunity to rewrite your name. Secondly, there was a comment made around stamps on financial statements, audited financial statements. And I'd like to ask Kenneth to respond to that as well.
Thanks, Moses. And I think TSJ was actually choosing BDO among the allegations, so it's important we clear our name. I think anyway, for the benefit of everybody, and I'm sure if you follow what Charles of ISPA said, when it comes to accountancy matters in Uganda, it is the Institute of Certified Public, and the Accountants Act defines who an accountant is. Now, if you really follow from the legal framework, and even the regulators know here that you cannot present audited accounts for an entity in Uganda when the auditor is not registered with the Institute of Certified Public, and when they don't have a practicing license. So I just want to clarify for you that you cannot submit accounts that are audited by somebody in New York. The regulator here it's only a matter of time. They will not accept, because according to the lingua and the regulator of accountancy, they don't have a practicing license. Okay, so even for us, where we are part of group audits for many entities that are worldwide, the answer to clarify to the group is that we need to have a statutory report. Your auditor needs to be able to mention to the group auditors that there is a report that you need to do entity-wide, because that's an obligation to file. And use from the practice of accountants, actually the institute now, to give you a practicing license, they also give you a seal. So any audit report that's signed off by me, and in BDO here in Uganda, we have about 3 practitioners who can sign off audit reports. Myself, Moses, and Nicholas must bear their own signature, because the report now comes with both BDO signature and the practicing accountant who is responsible for that signature. So there is no way, if I'm the practitioner assigned to that engagement, my name should be there with my seal. What we have witnessed that in the past, because we are moving to the digital age, some organizations say, let's sign digitally, but you see they want to wet ink. So that's when they say, okay, now we want to wet ink from, but when we say the digital, we also give you one digital. We don't have waiting. So if you understand that now, the more reason to insist that when you're signing off your audited accounts, have as many copies so that they can also be signed in wet ink. That is the copy you submit so that you don't return back to the auditor to say stamp each and every page, because my report will already have my really seal and my wet ink signature. So I just wanted to clarify that and just encourage that in terms of practice, that is something that you embed in the audit process and you will not have an issue in the compliance. Actually, I've seen even URSB now, over and above asking practicing license, they ask for my national ID. At one point, I said I need to resign from this accountancy. Because my national ID is now becoming public property attached. But I have to earn some money, so I just have to accept. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. All right, so I think for me, the message from this conversation we've had today is that the days of comply or explain or oversights is gone. Those days are gone. It's time for us to comply. And that ties to the conversation we had this morning. You have an opportunity to contribute to these standards, right? And with your contribution, the compliance will obviously become easier. Do we agree to that? Awesome. So we'd like to thank all of you so much for turning up and spending your morning with us. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday and I was telling them we have this event. So they were telling me NGOs on a Friday, some of those organizations work up to 10 a.m. on a Friday. You can't keep them up to 2. Yeah, and I told him sarcastically, when I get a chance to speak to you today, I'll ask which entities work up to 10. So if you work for an entity that works up to 10, I might need to organize a meeting with my employer. So we see if that's a conversation we can also have on our end. Otherwise, we appreciate you spending your morning with us. A round of applause for yourselves. And a bigger one for the partners, BDO and Libra. I want to believe the conversations today have been fulfilling to all of us and that we've got this knowledge. The ball is now in our what? Did someone say in our ball? It's now in our court. So the practicing is up to us. We're going to share these certificates. We're going to share the recordings all at the same time. Our lunch is now served and the ladies outside, Joanna and Mariam, are going to guide us to the lunch place, which is just a floor below. But before that, allow me also mention that we've called for reinforcement from office. So I want to just introduce the BDO team once again. The team from BDO, please let's stand. Okay, Kenneth Makanga, the managing partner. Moses Tibamwenda, associate director. Chris, manager, BSO. BSO means business services and outsourcing. Anything accounting, you wake him up, he will tell you. Chris, thank you for coming. Gerard Bwire, the guy that signs off our expenditures. So it was important that he's here today. Gerard, thank you for coming. And then John Jett to Sabe, who is the director tax and HR. We have Douglas Sekwanda, that's the IT guy. He was the guy behind our accounts running online. So he's done a good job. And Mariam and Joanne, those are the two ladies seated outside. They're also part of the team. So thank you so much for creating time. We can now know each other as we go for lunch as well. Please leave with an extra contact as you go. Thank you.